Hello everyone, good evening. Welcome along to another Tsujigiricollective Drift Challenge event. It's the first one that we're running under that new banner. It is the first time that we've used all of this new branding. I'm not sure that all of the slides have got it all on yet. I don't know. I'm going through, working my way through everything as we get to it. Hello Dazzy21. Dixie 21, I'm not sure how to say that. Well done. Welcome along, thank you for coming. We have a full top 32 bracket for you this evening. It is rammed with a mix of some competent but basically new to competition drivers. It has got some less competent but new to competition drivers. It's got some less competent but familiar with competition drivers, and it's got some pro drivers from real life and virtual championships from all over the world. So if you want to see people have the weirdest battles, some of them will be here. We have also had some of the best battles that you will see on any championship here, because all of our cars are balanced to our spec. Car's very loud, can't hear me. Thank you very much. That's probably because of all those 13.5s. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. Right, so what's going to happen this evening or this morning, if you're with me here in New Zealand or whatever time zone you're in, welcome along. What's going to happen here is I'm going to show you, as part of the briefing that I give the drivers, the whole of the behind the scenes briefing, including the track map, everything I say to the drivers, all of the key points, so that you guys at home have an understanding of what's going on. We give a really clear briefing on everything that's happening with the track. This week we are at a surprisingly sunny St Eustache on the outskirts of Quebec, or in the Quebec region anyway. Sadly, that track has disappeared in real life, but it is here still in virtual form, so we are very excited to have that. It's a great track, it's a fantastic layout. It was run by Formula D a few years ago. It is a really fast, aggressive layout with some fantastic slowdowns onto the infield that make for some amazing twin battles, and also plenty of opportunities for people to totally shaft themselves, smash into other people, bugger everything up and lose battles. So it is a great track. And what's been interesting over the course of this week, for any of you who've been using our car packs before, what's been really interesting is that there doesn't seem to be a car that is particularly well suited to this. I know we have a lot of guys who have a big following for the 13.5 with the RB2018. We get a lot of guys using that, but it's not necessarily the car for this week. It is fast. Obviously it's fast. It's a great car. It is fetishized by the Irish that compete in our events, but the Mustang can definitely beat it on this track, the 15 can definitely beat it on this track, the 86s can definitely beat it on this track. We've had an update to the rear end for a V8 S14 that can beat it on this track for sure. It could be a really interesting competition. Dixie anyone, I just woke up for this. Well, thank you for coming. Welcome along. It's great to have you here for this. I really appreciate that. That's a huge compliment. So without further ado, I'm going to click across into the drivers chat. They're all a bunch of horrific reprobates, so there's probably going to be some swearing, and I'm going to be immediately demonetized, but who knows what's going to happen. Any of them are competitive if they're in the right hands. That's right, Mr. Carvin. You know this for a fact after destroying people with the 32 all the way through last week. And that's a car that is very surprisingly competitive in the right hands. So, let me, in the background, while you guys are watching my face, click across to this. 1 second. Just bringing up our Discord. Attention drivers, I am live. Please no swearing whilst I am in this Discord channel. I am now live and I am here to give you your briefing. Drivers, please, it is time for your briefing. Do not swear, you are live. Thank you very much. Normally that results in a tirade of you all going off on one. Pleased to see that the maturity level has increased for this week. So,
there's no Viltovsky here.
Right, everyone who is on the main server, what I'd like is for everyone, in fact, to just return to the pits after their current run so that I can give you this briefing. Then you will get a few more minutes of practice, and then we will start the competition at 20:30 UTC, so half past whatever time it is in your current time zone. So, if you are on a run, please finish it and return to the pits. If you are not on a run, please just return to the pits. And I'm going to run through this week's track layout. It's available on the Twitch. Please, all of you drivers, make sure to share. Who's just gone screaming out of the pits?
Not me.
If you have to say not me, that's pretty sus.
Seems pretty sus. Put him out in airlock, see what happens.
Get the black marker pen out.
There we go. Right, okay. So, if you guys on the... Hello, Kyle Sweeney on the Twitch. Who's driving? I can hear someone driving.
We're good now.
Okay, we're good now. So, if you drivers want to tune in onto the Twitch so that you can see the track map, you're more than welcome to, or bring it up and I'll talk in reference to it. And if you have any questions at the end, then feel free to ask them. For those of you who are watching at home, this is this week's track map. This is...
I've got an add-on, 1 minute.
St Eustache. This is St Eustache. In the top right-hand corner, you can see the start line. That is our start line for today. And that involves a straight line run-in along the outside edge of the wall to the initiation point. Now, the initiation point is not the judging line. That yellow line that's on the floor is the start judging line. You must be initiated by that point. That point is also a natural decel area. We're expecting you guys to have a small slowdown there. With that small slowdown, we'll accept a small brake check on the foot brake, and we'll take a small handbrake drag just to get you initiated. I recommend to you guys that you do not try and do enormous massive flicks into this corner, and we will be marking down anyone that does more than 2 direction changes. Now, to clarify that is 1 to the right and 1 to the left. So there is going to be no mangying from the start line. We want to see you drive along and initiate cleanly into that section. The reason I recommend against a giant flick is most of you will have noticed by now that the track is not perfectly symmetrically curved all the way around that first corner. It opens up with a very slight kink that increases in curvature, so the radius decreases through that section, then flattens out again, and then increases again. So you want to ensure that you initiate, get out to the wall cleanly. If you miss the first couple of meters of that zone, I'm going to not mark that down as harshly as I would if you guys had clattered into the wall, had to straighten, and then reinitiated and all of that good stuff. So make sure you're getting into that zone, filling it as completely as you can all the way around, but the start part of it is the least important. I would rather you were filling it cleanly all the way through the middle and down to the end. Coming away from that banking onto the pit straight, which is at the bottom of this track map as you're looking at it, clip 2 is in the middle of the track. It is just a cone by itself in the middle of the track with the 3 markings on the ground. And all of our front clips this week have your 3 markings on the ground. One is there as your A line, that is your perfect target nearest to the cone. The second, your B line, slightly further away, and the third, your C line, the furthest away. If you don't get your bumper over the C line at least, you have effectively missed the clip. Now, what I want is for the lead cars to be targeting to get their bumpers over the A line, wheels if you can, without punting those inner clips. Now, that's true for 2, 5, and 6. The chase car on all of those can hit those inner clips with the front bumper. That allows you guys in the chase position to get as close as you can through those transitions and onto those doors through the inner clips. But at 5 and 6, if you drop wheels onto the grass, that is an error. At 2, If it is the side of your car, so anything from your left indicator on the front backwards that hits that cone, that will be classified as a wheel drop. Okay, and if it's anything from the door backwards, that's going to be classified as a full 2 wheels off track, and that will be marked down as such for you guys in the chase position. Going into 3, that's a fast transition along the wall. It is possible that you will have a small number of tiny handbrake adjustments into 3. It is not a recognised decel. In an ideal world, you guys come through 3 cleanly, you get on the power hard all the way through 3 and out to 4, both of those outer zones. From 3, it's an outer zone on the wall, and 4, it's an outer zone on the grass. The next decel zone is as you come into the end of 4. Now on the map here, I've given it as being after 4. I will accept starting your decel with an increase in angle, and only angle, maybe a tiny bit of left foot braking as you come through 4 to increase angle. If you are dragging that handbrake all the way through the end of 4, that is going to be marked down, because you don't need to do that to get onto that infield section at the end. So through all of these outer zones, 1, 4 and 3, you guys in the chase position can come slightly infield. You guys in the lead position should be aiming to fill them as completely as possible without dropping wheels onto the grass at 4, and obviously without smashing it into the wall at 1 and 3. That decel zone is going to be crucial. You guys need to all be aware, especially when you're in the chase, that that is where we're expecting the accidents. You can shortcut in the chase position up onto 5, and as I said a second ago, if you centre punt 5 in the chase position in order to gain that proximity, I'm not going to mind. So as you go through that section at 4, watch for that slowdown, don't clatter into them. As long as the guy in the lead position has not done anything that we would deem to be an illegal move, so no real serious brake checking, any contact between 4 and 5 we will attribute to the guy in the chase position. So if you want to make sure you get cleanly onto there, recommend as you come through 4, giving them a little bit of room, make sure that you've given them enough to slow down, and then get back up onto the door when you get back on the throttle going into 5. As we said with 5, it's got the A, B and C line for the lead car. Lead car should be trying to get as close to that clip as possible without centre punting it. Chase car can hit the cone with the front of the car. If you end up too far infield, you're going to drop wheels over the edge, and you'll end up unable to transition across to 6. Aurelia St Eustache, thanks for the follow. As you come across to 6, that transition is going to be crucial. We'd rather see you guys in the chase position giving a little bit of room before the transition so that you are on the door through the transition, as just immediately after it, going through 6 and across the finish line. Then we see you guys force yourselves into a late transition by trying to stay up on their door. So be prepared to drop back pretty quickly after 5. Guys on the lead, we do not expect you to go from full side to side on that infield section. You can come through 5, stay fairly close over to the left hand side of the track and then transition. You don't need to go past 5. There's no touch and go on either edge of the track between 5 and 6, but we do expect a clean, fast transition. And the crucial thing here, guys, is that a lot of people in practice came through 6 and then dropped wheels going over the line at the finish. Now, I want to see you stay on track through the finish line. If you have gone over the finish line and both cars have cleared the finish line, only then will a wheel drop not incur a penalty. But if you come screaming over the finish line and you drop a wheel onto the outside edge, that is not the correct line through that corner. So we want you to angle up hard through 6, and this way, by making sure that you guys in the lead aren't dropping wheels after the finish line, you are also not going to be able to run away from the guy in the chase position. So that is crucial. I'm going to be policing that really, really hard. Do not drop wheels over the finish line. Everyone happy with that?
Does that count as a rumble strip as well? Because there's a rumble strip there.
That rumble strip is fine, but just beyond that rumble strip is the dirt section. We'll allow you onto the rumble strip, but if you end up 2 wheels on, well, if your rear right is on the rumble strip and you're not at anything other than 90 degrees, your left wheel is probably over the rumble strip, so be careful there. Once you've cleared that, through the finish line, drive round to the left, follow the direction of the track. During practice, you guys have been pretty good with this, just heading straight down the pit straight. down the pit straight, round the back of the grandstand, back round to the start line, and from that start line, we will then get straight back into the second half of the battle. You are only allowed to get fresh tyres in between battles if it is going to a one more time. You cannot get tyres in between your first and second half of the battle. Please, obviously, normal, sensible rules apply in all of that, and you guys, by signing up, have all agreed to the rule book that is on the Discord now. So, with that in mind, this is what your bracket looks like today. Our top 32 is going to kick off with Charlie Evans versus Assetto Corsa, Joshua Hartshorn versus Mohamed Reefsey, Serban Matei versus Jamie Healy, Owen Fletcher versus Lewis Winstanley. That's our first 8 drivers. If you are not part of those 8 drivers, please kindly leave the main server now. You can go to the practice server, but you cannot be on this main competition server. We will only ever have a maximum of 8 people plus the judges on this server. So those 8, please stay on. The remaining top of our top 32 is going to be Luke Roots versus Alexander Yeagard, Ryan Sider versus Owen Akehurst, Evan Rose versus Paddy Walls, Daniel Stead versus Shay McCullough. And then on the other half of the bracket, it's Christian Petrov versus Martinez Ostreka, Vikaris Alyukas versus Cormac Gard, Abdullah Abu Hussein versus Alan Codebeck, Norman Vogues versus Oliver Eppinger, and then Lucas Patinskas versus Ian Koenig, Steve Smith versus Warren Grainer in a battle of the V8s, Brandon Hogarth versus Jack O'Sullivan, and our last battle of the top 32 will be Nick Baylett versus Harry Fox. Now, those have all been drawn using random.org, and thank you to those guys for providing such a great bit of kit there, because we are not doing any qualifying for our Friday night events, so that entire top 32 is drawn randomly from those people who have competed today. So, let's get straight into it. We should still have 8 people on the server. I'm counting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. These numbers do not make sense to me. So, if you are not part of that first 8, if these are not your names, if you are not called Charlie Evans, Assetto Corsa, Joshua Hartshorn, Mohamed Reefsey, Serban Matei, Jamie Healy, Owen Fletcher or Lewis Winstanley, if those are not your actual birth names, and I don't mean what you call yourselves at weekends for fun, if that is not what it says on your birth certificate, kindly off-ski. Thank you very much. Away from the main server.
At least one. You're dead.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to head down into a different chat so that I can converse with the guys that are helping me in the background here. Doing some extra line officialdom for me tonight are Anders Unger, who is one of the team in the background here. When he can with his phone, he's helping because his computer has crashed completely and wholeheartedly. Chris Ennis is also doing some stuff for me in the background, and we are also expecting Chris Viltovsky from VDC maybe later to be helping out as well. So, get yourselves this last little bit of practice. You have guys on there. There is 12 minutes of practice time remaining for all of these guys on the top 8. 12 minutes of practice time remaining, and then we will get started at past with our top 32. You guys that are on the chat, welcome along. Thank you for coming. If you want to get involved in this in future, then you can do, and you can do that by heading over to tsujigiri.world, and there you'll find the links to the Discord where we have all of the car packs. You'll find the downloads there as well. You'll find the chance to drop in and compete with everything that's going on. Or you could just come along and have some fun. The car packs are all publicly available. We're just in the process of doing the Mark II physics update for everything, which is going to see a whole new set of car pack items released. That will be... Hello, Christopher.
Into the other server.
What's that, sorry?
You did a switch into the other chat, or were you meant to?
I meant to.
Right.
Just while I was talking. There's going to be, so coming soon, and it's available through all of our Patreon at the moment, are the next generation of physics. So that is the new Pro Pack, which sees a whole new tyre model coming through soon. and also our brand new physics street pack, which is very, very exciting. So these battles will be getting underway in 10 minutes time. We'll just give these guys a last little bit of practice to make sure everyone's dialed in. Spotters allowed on the server. I'd rather spotters were on the stream, please, Oliver, but if you guys want to, then you're the first person to ask, so I'm going to make a ruling on that now. Yes, you can have spotters on the server, but the car must be stationary at all times, obviously. So yes, in this instance we will have spotters on the server. If it starts to cause ping problems, then we will have to review that. If the number of people on the server starts to cause problems for the guys competing, especially as we're trialling out this American server to get more worldwide people involved, then we'll have to review that. But for this event, as a test, because this is acting as a test of the American server, yes, you can have spotters on the server this time round. As I'm just watching people absolutely spank it into that wall in the first corner. If there's any other questions, now's the time to ask them. I know a few of the guys are watching on the stream, so a few of the guys there. Now, Takio, thank you very much for the follow. Paddy Walls, thank you very much for the follow. No problem, Oliver. Thanks for. It's a good question, and it's not something that I've put in the rule book, so so that's good. Danger Graphics, completely forgot about this comp. Oh, buddy, that's not the one. Sit myself back up so you can see me while we're talking. It's every week. How can you forget about it? Every Friday. It's not like most of the world has a chance to go out on a Friday night at the moment, is it? You guys are all pretty much stuck in. This gives you something to do. Get some competition practice in. You know, we're here for a bit of fun. And we're here because soon we will be rolling out the... Philip Milton has liked the stream. Thank you, Phil. Welcome along. We are going to be rolling out the full competition. Dem specs, though. Yeah, they're just my blue light glasses. This is amazing, right? Okay, if you want to see some Chinese plastic moulding at its absolute best, these are just blue light lenses because my eyes get sore when I'm watching the stream a lot. And a little while ago, I felt this weird smack in the face, just here, and I thought that I'd been hit by a bug or something. And I looked down, and I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this, but the plastic just exploded. It just exploded on my face for no reason, just whilst wearing. So if you're going to go on Amazon and get yourself a £20 pair of blue light glasses, seriously consider doing something else instead with your 20 quid. They're amazing because now my eyes don't hurt, but plastic exploding on my face was not fun. Danger Graphics. Why the practice server in the UK and the main competition server in the US? Because I only have so much money and there's only so many places that I can host servers at the moment. Danger Graphics, but I can. I'm from New Zealand. Yes, and I'm hosting from New Zealand today. The original server was in the UK when I was living in the UK. That's where the original hosting was because most of the guys we were getting were from the UK. The practice server's still in the UK because that's using the original server. Last week, in order to help get more people involved, I picked up an Australian server for the guys out here and in Asia, and a US server so that we can have seamless play between the people out here in Australia and New Zealand, where we're starting to get more guys coming along, and the guys in Europe. This is the happy mid-ground. Apparently California works. Everyone gets about 140p, so that's why we're there. And the reason that the other practice server is still in the UK is because I can only host in so many places. I haven't moved it because we still get a lot of Europeans. So we're into the last 6 minutes of practice. So you guys are seeing on the stream in the background. I'm going to switch around between a few people. Who should we have? Let's have Reefsy there. He looks to be in the middle of a good run. So we've got three cars here, three very different cars. You've got the Mustang, which is running that NA 900 horsepower V8. You've got that S15 with the 2J, which is running a Hyper Knuckle, which is a sort of variant of a low trail knuckle, like a B knuckle. So that car has a lot of jacking and a lot of snap, and it's very, very aggressive. And then the other car you saw in that trio was the S13.5 with the RB28. Similar power, they're all in the kind of 900 horsepower, 850 to 900 horsepower window, but three very, very different cars in terms of the way they drive, all on the same tyre, I think. Oliver Eppinger, thanks for the follow. I know there's also some guys on the multi-stream. Let's have a flick around. Yeah, that's all good. No audio. No audio on the Facebook. Can anyone who's on the Facebook confirm that, please?
One moment.
Danger Graphics, thanks for the fight. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. So we've got 5 more minutes. What's your bit rate? That's a good question. I'd have to stop to check. Output 1500 is the bit rate. Probably need to pump that up now. I'm on a faster setup, but that involves killing the stream and then coming back again. So what I will do is, because this is the first time we've done the multi-stream, I'm testing a few things. It's the first time we've had all 3, the Facebook, the YouTube and the Twitch all going at the same time. So I've nerfed the bitrate a little bit. I can probably put it back up going forward. So I know the stream is not the best quality this week, guys. I hope it's good enough for you at least to be able to see it, Whitley, while you're watching. We're constantly trying to improve it. It's one of the most of the stuff that I'm doing from the Patreon at the moment is pumping money back into it, which is why we've gained an extra 2 servers. So we're now up to 5 servers worldwide. 2 are currently Patreon only for testing of new cars. 1 is the public server in the UK, 1's in Australia, 1's in America. And the next thing that's on my list, once we get enough people in, I'll be able to start increasing the quality of the stream. I got another machine on the way so that I can do video output and have a dedicated machine so that this one's not choking itself on its own graphics. We're just trying to constantly level it up. Ryan, thanks for the like. So that you guys have a better experience, because we're getting people now. We started off getting maybe 8 or 12 for our Friday night comps when we were doing a King of the Hill last year, and now we fill a top 32 every week. So this is where we're at. Things are getting bigger. You guys can help out with us making it better for you at home, because you can sign up on the Patreon if you want, or you can buy some merch through the website. Caps, we've got hoodies, we've got t-shirts, we've got this. At some point I will be doing a giveaway on this. It is currently the only one in the world of the 3D graphic, I don't know how easily you guys can see that in the light, of the 3D graphic cap. So there will be a giveaway that involves that cap at some point. They are available on the website, but right now that is the only one in the world. So we will be doing giveaways and things like that so that you guys can get involved, and we're going to start all of that process next week. Chris Ennis is live stream. Thank you, Chris. We're going to start all that process next week, because this week and last week we're in the process of basically redoing the whole of the structure in the background, so it's more geared towards the competitions, and so that it's more geared towards getting you guys involved, and so that we can start to do proper pro competitions with practice and various other bits in the background. That's where we're at. And we have 2 minutes left to go, so I'm just going to drop into the chat. In fact, Chris, could you just drop into the chat and tell the guys who are practicing that they've got 2 minutes remaining before we're going to start to line them up?
No problem.
Thank you. I apologise for drinking on the stream. I know it's terribly unprofessional, but if I don't get enough caffeine, then halfway through this stream I'm going to wind down like a marionette puppet. And that'll be the end of it. So 2 minutes, then we get straight into our top 32. Those first battles, just to recap: Charlie Evans versus Ernestus Ukeblis. Ernestus, it's his first time competing with us. We've not had him along for any of the competitions so far. I don't think I've ever seen him drive beyond the practice that he's putting in now, so he might be absolutely savage. We don't know. Another person who I've not seen drive is going to be in the next battle, and that's Joshua Hartshorn. He's from the US, and this is one of the reasons why we've switched across to these international servers, is so that we start to get more people from further around the world getting involved, getting into these competitions, challenging the guys, and this sort of the very Eurocentric aspect of a lot of the competitions. VDC is very heavy Eurocentric. I know they get a few other people, but because they're Euro servers, they don't get anyone else in. He's going up against Mohamed Reefsi, who first joined in 2 or 3 weeks ago. He's really looking strong in that car now. Serba Matei has been around for a while. Serbi, you might know, has been competing in Drift Masters Virtual Championship, and he knocked out Alan Hines to take second, I believe, last week in the Drift Masters Virtual Championship. Jamie Healy is another very strong driver from Ireland. He's taking on Serban Matai in that third battle. And then the fourth battle from the group that we've got at the moment, the last one of the drivers that are on right now, Owen Fletcher versus Lewis Winstanley. And that one could be really interesting because those guys drive together a lot. They are good drivers who drive together regularly. They're in very evenly matched setups. So that could be a great battle. Or, as we have seen from those two guys in the past, they could absolutely punt it off into a wall or each other, spending their time touching tips and losing everything. We don't know. It could go one of two ways. They're either very, very good or they totally screw the pooch. There's no in between. So that's going to be another battle. That's good to see. How are we doing on time? We have, that is time. Chris, if you can tell them that is time, I'm going to drop into that chat.
Yep.
And we will start to get people going. In fact, can you get those 8 drivers to come down into this chat, please?
Too soon. Go on.
I'm Horizon Media. I'm 100% the best driver. Yes, 100%. That is the one. Serbi is savage. Serbi is savage. You're absolutely right. Oliver Eppinga, another competitor there who we've seen around a little bit, and if he's rating Serbi highly at the moment, then that should tell you guys at home exactly what you need to know. I'm going to just check where we're at on Discord. Hello guys, so I've just come into here. Can the first two drivers, I'm going to move you down into the other chat.
Your number and not your name.
I'm going to move you guys down. So, from this first battle, it is Charlie Evans and Nestus Eukevelis. So, I need Nestus. And Charlie Evans is next. Oh, I can't move. Move to competition server. There we go. So, you guys are the first battle, Charlie and Nestus. If you guys could head up to the line and stop there, thank you very much. And I will get everyone else to stop. So I am calling the first battle. If everyone else who is not battling and is currently on the comp server could please return to the pit, and then those guys who are coming onto the competition server, line up on there, please.
Hello.
Hello. So, first battle, Charlie Evans to lead in Nestus Eukevelis. Am I saying that right, Nestus? I don't want to insult you by getting your name wrong all night.
Yeah, just Ernestus maybe.
Okay, just Nestus. Yeah, before I butcher your surname, I do apologise.
Charlie, why'd you leave, sir?
Oh, he's back again.
Charlie Evans versus Nestus. We are into the top 32. Let's get this going.
No. Balls.
Where is Charlie?
Loading.
Loading. Come on, Charlie.
No.
It was my fault. I didn't think he was in here, but it was only displaying his number.
L28TT Devils, thanks for the follow. Welcome along. Right, let's get this going.
Oh,
so, Nestus, you headed up to the line.
Yeah, okay.
Feel free to start warming your tyres while Charlie's coming in.
Ting! Go down, honestly.
It's not gonna make any difference on this server, Charlie.
It's annoying me though. I know I'm probably gonna lag.
What have you got?
I'm on 200 at the minute. It's going down very slowly.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's fine.
We've been finding that pretty much even if guys out here in New Zealand have got 200 and guys in the UK have got 200, then it seems to be working pretty much twinnable. Charlie, if you could just back up a little bit so that you are underneath the banner. The banner is the start point. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry.
Here we go. What I'm going to do, guys, this week, so that you've not got me nattering in your ear the whole way round, during the runs, I'm going to drop into another chat, and then I will come back into here to line you up. But as long as everything is good to go.
No back
This is the
fix, no.
first battle of our top 32 here tonight, this Friday, the 5th of March, in 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off the line. Here we go. This is our first battle coming down. This is the first time Anestis has competed for us here. Charlie Evans firing it in. Anestis on that slightly later initiation, pushing up onto his door there, nicely on that outside line by Charlie Evans all the way round, angling up as he comes into this infield section. Late transition there by Anestis, and he's gone really hard onto that wall, trying to get pushed right back up onto Charlie, but Charlie's on that really strong line as Anestis tries to slightly hook up towards him. A little bit of a lag bump there, but that's okay. We'll allow for that as they come through, back round and across the line. Very, very nice. Thank you, guys. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to drop in on the two of you down here. I apologise. That was not meant to happen. I just meant it to go somewhere else so that no one was listening to me. Okay, back round to the line, please. Okay, let's swap round. This time it is Anestis to lead, Charlie Evans to chase. S13.5 versus GT86. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off the line. There we go, cleanly through. Now we're starting to see them fire down. That's the big initiation that we were waiting for. Charlie pushing up onto the door, but Anestis on that nice outside line as he comes firing through clip 1. This transition is going to be crucial for Charlie as he comes in. That's it, centre punts 2, but he's allowed to do that, we did say, but Anestis starting to open up that gap. Oh, and he's had to just recover from dropping a wheel there as they come up into this infield section. Now Charlie surging back up onto the door. Good proximity as they come through, round and across the line. Well, well, well. That is our first battle underway tonight. Chris Ennis.
Yes.
Tell me your thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah is my thoughts too. So for me, I thought that lead versus lead, Charlie's lead looked slightly stronger. I think overall he was in a better position most of the way round. He didn't have as many mistakes in the lead position, whereas Anestis dropped a wheel going through into clip 4 and had a minor correction coming out of 3 for that. Chase versus chase, I think Anestis was cleaner in the only overall section, but just coming into that last bit, there was a little bit of a bump where he got the lag, and we do have to penalise the lag this time round. I almost think it was a one more time. What do you think?
Yes. Yeah, because Charlie just skimmed the wall in his chase, and whether it was lag or a bit of a nudge at clip 5 when Anestis was chasing.
Yeah. And
yeah.
Because of it. Yep. Okay. Well, there we go. First battle of the night, and we're straight into a one more time. Owen Asbo Dad, good evening. We're just going to move back across and tell them that that's what's happening.
You know what you need.
Gentlemen, nice run. Owen,
on.
your dad has turned up
Mute
to support
Spencer
you
and
yet
Toby
again.
if you need to.
Charlie
Sure,
and
sure.
Anestis, if you could please get fresh tyres. You guys are going one more time.
wow.
And just to tidy that up and clarify, so what we saw was pretty much lead versus lead. Charlie, your lead was slightly nicer. Anestis started to gap you, but as he came into clip 4, he dropped a wheel and had to shallow up to get that back under control. So lead versus lead, that one went to Charlie. In the chase, Anestis was very, very aggressive. There was a little bit of a bump coming into 5. We weren't sure whether that was just over exuberance or lag. So because of that, they balance out. You guys are going one more time, please, with Charlie to lead first.
Okay.
When you're ready, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, going through that section there, now we see Charlie start to get the hammer down in that 13.5, trying to make sure that he's up in that lead position, nice and cleanly onto the wall. And Estes just... Oh, and Charlie's put it in the wall all by himself. Oh, there we go. So we're into our first one more time, and Charlie may have given it away. He's trying to 50-50 grind his way around the rest of that wall as Anestis comes cleanly out and heads off back round. He's going to get the remainder of that run as a chance to practice. Wow, look at that. Charlie feeling the pressure as he didn't manage to get that clean victory straight away. Anestus firing up those tyres, making sure that he has got those nice and hot so that he can start to pull away from Charlie going into this second run. Well. Back round to the line, chaps.
I just lose already.
That is not what we were expecting, but let's run this second half of the battle. Here we go. Charlie Evans to chase, Anestus to lead in 3, 2, 1, go. And as they come off the line cleanly, they've made it through those start. Those start cones are solid. That's somewhere we've really been trying to penalise people. As Anestus goes firing up onto the wall, it almost looked like he was going to have the same problem as Charlie, but he's held it out of the wall. Look at that V8 GT86 firing its way around there cleanly. Here's the transition, just catching that. Charlie Evans angry with himself. Look at that push, trying to get right back up onto the door of Anestus, trying to stamp his authority over this second run. That's a super aggressive chase by Charlie, almost straightening there in that chase position, trying to keep that proximity. As Anestus comes across the line, Charlie spins out for show, 360 to give himself that point. Chris Ennis, do we have a winner?
We do.
Anything that I'm going to be surprised by?
No.
Thank you.
No, it was a lovely.
Charlie Evans, I am afraid, by putting it in the wall by yourself, the win for that one goes to Anestus. Anestus will advance on to our top 16. Congratulations, Charlie. That's a shame. I thought you were looking really strong there and just lost it unprompted from what we could tell.
Yeah, no, just OMTs don't go well for me, I guess.
That's all right. Something to practice. Thank you very much.
Don't go well for you, Charles.
See you later.
Cheers, Charlie.
Hey, man.
Joshua Hartshorn will now chase. Will now lead in Mohammed Reeftsea to see who will face Anestus. Let's see who's going to win that one. If you guys could head up to the line. It is Joshua Hartshorn to lead. Reeftsea to chase. So we have an S15 versus a Mustang, a 2JZ versus that big naturally aspirated V8. See how we're going to get from this battle. Are you guys both ready? Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Hello, Chris again. They are off the line, firing down there into the initiation. That is Reeftsea in the chase position. Mohammed Reeftsea firing up onto that door with that S15, trying to make sure he doesn't get lost. But there we go. That's the first impact from that big old Mustang. But Reeftsea then has to make a correction independently. We're going to have another look at that in a minute. As we come firing through this infield section now, that's it. Down past 2. Look at the gap that Mustang's opening up as Reeftsea has to correct hugely. He's basically straight trying to correct that car and bring it back up onto the rear quarter. Here's the transition now. Reeftsea pushing onto that rear quarter, but trying to do it with an almost straight line approach back round and coming back to the start. So a straighten is a heavy deduction, but it's not a 0 as per our rules. That is not an automatic 0. It is a very heavy deduction. Now, I don't think that Reeftsea would have straightened in that first corner without that error by Josh Hartshorn in that lead position. So do we then think that he straightened elsewhere in the run? I think he was almost straight coming through clip 5. So we'll have to talk about that afterwards. Chris, are you ready for the next part?
I certainly am.
Thank you, gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, it is now Mohammed Reeftsea to be leading in Joshua Hartshorn. Here we come into this initiation. Josh going to try and keep it out of the wall this time. Mohammed Reeftsea working his way back up as Josh has hit the wall again. That Mustang just washing out as he gets on the power here. Now into the power alley, coming down through 2. Really centre punting that by Josh Hartshorn, trying to get it controlled as Reeftsea throwing that 15 around. Look at the gap it's opened up, and we know that Mustang's very, very fast. Coming through into that transition at the end, that is another big battle run. Chris, do you have a winner from that battle?
Yes.
Could you tell me your winner, please?
Reefsy for me.
Yeah, it's Reefsy for me as well. So before we go and give them the verdict, so you guys at home understand my logic, and I'm sure it'll be similar to Chris's as well. It looked like both of those straightens in the first run were caused by Joshua Hartshorn going into the wall and Reefsy having to pull out and then reinitiate. So although he then was in the chase position and he was very, very straight to keep that proximity, much straighter than he should have been, he didn't then gain another infraction against himself in that first run. So he got the win from the first battle, and then in the second one where Josh went into the wall by himself as well, that was another mark against Josh. So Reefsy gets both halves of that battle for me. Chris, anything you'd like to adjust from what I've just said?
No, that's it. Lovely lead from Reefsy, and slightly better chase, and just as you say, the corrections and the straightens were more to do with the lead line than.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to drop across and tell him. Gentlemen, we have a winner from that battle. We don't need to see it one more time. With the errors in both lead position and chase position up against the wall, and taking into account a section where there was slight straightening by one of you, but it wasn't enough to totally zero out. With all of that taken into account, we give that battle to Mohammed Reefsy, who will advance on to the top 16.
Heck yeah, good win, Reefsy.
Good battle though, Josh. We want to see you next week. I think once you get that Mustang dialed in and you're a bit more used to it, you'll be able to do that. Just, I think you got lost up and into the wall a couple of times there, and that's what we marked against.
It's all good. I had just started drifting this track yesterday, and I hadn't drifted in over 2 weeks, so it's all good.
That's fair, but thank you very much for coming, and we will see you hopefully next time. In the meantime, that means that Mohammed Reefsy advances on to the top 16, and he will face Anestus to see who makes their way through to the Great 8. Next up, though, Serban Mate will lead in Jamie Healy. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Jamie recently moved across to that S15, and Serby has moved back to that 13.5, which I consider dirty, traitorous behaviour, Serby. That's dirty of you. So many people running that car. Is Jamie going to be able to use the power and aggression that S15 has in order to hold back the DMVC podium holder from last weekend? Let's find out. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. They're off the line. Serban Mate leading through, and Jamie Healy in the chase position. This is going to be a big initiation from Jamie. We know that S15 can be very, very fast. Is it going to be fast enough? Has he managed to get that setup dialed in? It's going to be crucial through here as Serban's putting on an absolutely clinical lead run so far. Not the most angle we've seen. He's just running it for speed, but there, look at that. Jamie's starting to reel him in now as they come into clip 5. This is going to be a crucial transition. Can Jamie put the punctuation on what was an actually pretty good chase run all the way through and across the line? Chris, what did you think of that one?
That was a lovely lead.
Yeah.
Bit wide on clip 5, but that was it. And yeah, the chase was all right. He could have been closer.
It was a nice shadowing, but it was about a car width to a car length back pretty much the entire time. So
Yeah.
I think Jamie could have got closer. If he can do a similar quality lead run now, and Serby can get a little bit more proximity, then that will go Serby's way. But if he manages to leave Serby behind, I don't know if he will, but I hope he will, then we could get it one more time. So I'll get them started. In 3, 2, 1, go. Serban Mate off the line in that chase position, and here we go. Jamie Healy coming firing in nicely up onto the wall there. Look at Jamie Healy, but Serban Mate surging up onto the door, trying to punctuate it. Oh, a bit of contact there, it looked like, from Serby, just in that chase position. Here's that transition now, coming past clip 2. Jamie's firing it in, trying to get that 15 fully hooked up. A little bit more angle than Serby through here, which is nice to see, as Serby puts the punctuation on. It's a nice chase, but there was definitely contact through 5 as well there, and then a scrappy transition and across the line. Well, welly. What do we think of that?
Yeah, it was a good chase, apart from the straighten. I mean, the contact, it wasn't massive. It didn't affect anybody's line. But yeah, that straighten between 5 and 6.
It did look like there was a straighten there. It was, well, if there wasn't a straighten, then it was almost zero angle. you know, down to
Yeah.
maybe 2 degrees. I think he still kept the wheels spinning. It was almost more of a burnout. The question is, are we going to say that the aggression was enough with the contact as well? Let's take it back a step. Lead versus lead. Whose lead did you prefer?
I think they were pretty even.
I think they were fairly even. The one thing for me that was obvious there is that I actually think that Jamie was running a little bit more angle while still hitting the cones in the same position.
Yeah.
I think the line was equal between them, but I actually preferred Jamie's run with a little bit more angle. And because he was running a bit more angle, he wasn't as fast. Whereas I feel like Serby drove for speed there.
Yeah. Serby's was a little bit more exciting almost because he was a bit faster, but as you say, the more angle was nice. Yeah, so
if do we think that one, I almost think that the lead one went to Jamie, but I think they were in the same place, but Jamie was running more angle, and I'm willing to allow that over and above the extra speed.
yeah, Jamie was better on clip 5. That was probably about it, and as you say, the more angle.
So here's my problem.
That's a 6-4.
Yeah, do we reward the aggression in the chase position, or do we have to mark down that correction where there was contact for a start? So we have to decide who was at fault there. I don't think Jamie was slowing excessively. So was that over aggression by Serby?
You see, as I say, the aggression, that the contact, I don't think it affected the line. So I wouldn't mark it down too much, but I would mark his lack of angle between 5 and 6.
Yeah, I think I say the same, because it was clear that that's the faster car. You could see it from his first run. So there was no reason to be that shallow coming through between 5 and 6.
So if we scored that one a 6-4 as well,
then
or
we have a
even.
winner.
Yes.
And it's not Serby.
It's not.
Okay,
Which is
I will
a
go
little bit of a shock.
go and issue a verdict. Let's see what happens from here. So, gentlemen,
Hello.
we have a verdict.
Oh.
We have looked at the run from a number of different viewpoints in terms of trying to get our opinions to marry up. The guys who have been watching on the stream will know this. Lead versus lead, we think there was a slight advantage to one driver. Chase versus chase, one of you did make some mistakes that we think didn't need to be there, considering the demonstrated speed of the car. And with that in mind, in a quite surprising outcome, Jamie Healy takes the win over Serba Mate.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
Well done, bro. I did not expect that.
It's on.
So just so you guys know, for what we looked at there, we marked Serby as we marked you both as having pretty much an identical line on your lead runs. We thought they were both very, very good. The thing was there that we felt like Serby drove it too much for speed. And Jamie managed to keep a sensible distance. Like, he was never able to close it up, but he never got left behind once he realised that was what was happening. But it showed that Serby's car was the faster car, which is why then when coming through into that middle section, although Jamie then had the exact same sort of line but with a little bit more angle, which we slightly preferred, there was no need for Serby to angle up, to lose so much angle in order to maintain proximity coming into that middle section. So we marked that down as a mistake in the chase position, because the car was clearly fast enough not to need to be that shallow on angle, and that's how we came to our decision, so that you guys know.
Yeah. Nice run, Serby, though. Sick.
But cracking battle, lads. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But it means that we have a winner, and Jamie Healy, which will come as a great relief to him after a few weeks of struggling to get out of that top 32. Having now moved to the S15, seems to be getting comfortable with it. Is he going to be facing Owen Fletcher or Lewis Winstanley in the top 16? Fletch to lead first, Lewis Winstanley to chase. Once you guys are warmed up, this is what we're going to be seeing. So we know that Lewis has finally got that V8 S14 dialed in a fair bit. He's been using that. That is on the Hyper Knuckle. The 13.5 is on the the High Trail Wisefab style setup. So this is a battle of two different styles of knuckle, two very different engines in the RB28 versus the V8. This is going to be an interesting one. This is Lewis Winstanley to chase in Owen Fletcher in 3, 2, 1, go. Lewis off the line there cleanly in that chase position. The V8 S14 is very, very fast on the run in. Is he going to be able to hold it? Oh, as Owen Fletcher puts it in the wall all by himself, and Lewis Winstanley manages to stay in it using that V8. He's holding that angle there. Now is he going to get left behind? This is going to be a good demonstration of how fast that V8 is versus that very, very quick 13.5. The RB28 singing, listen to it, revving out as they come through into this infield section. Lewis on that snap transition in the chase. Very, very nice. Chris, you got a guy who
Lovely
you think
chase,
earned that? Lovely chase, wasn't it? Yep, absolutely. Someone's just given us a follow. Joshified, thank you for the follow. Thanks for coming along. Go on, Lewis from Charlie Evans. Go on, Owen and Lewis from Joshified. Owen Asbo's dad. Go on, son. Yeah, Owen's dad comes along and supports this. Owen's dad is going to be jumping up and down, shouting at the screen after that one. We know that there was definitely a mistake made independent in that lead position. The question is Lewis Winstanley going to be able to stop himself from making that same kind of error? Here we go. Owen Fletcher to chase, Lewis Winstanley to lead. In 3, 2, 1, go. Cleanly off the line. Here we go as Lewis has put the hammer down in that V8 S14. He has got that hooked up off the line. Just a little bit straight there. It's not his cleanest lead line, but Fletch is absolutely throwing everything at it to try and catch up as Lewis goes to the wall. Look at that, running that wall ride there. Now we start to see that surge up. Oh, and there's contact. There is contact. Chris, our first priority is going to be determining fault there.
Well, there was contact into clip 3 as well on the wall. Owen hit Lewis, but yeah, and then I don't think Lewis slowed up. I just think Owen was going a bit too fast there.
What I said in the briefing was that coming into that section, you should expect that the lead car is going to angle up and lose speed there, and it's not classified as a decel until right at the end, but that second half of that clip 3 does count as a slowdown. That is a legitimate place for the speed to be coming off. Warren G, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, and I don't think Owen would have made that corner if Lewis hadn't have been there. I think he'd have gone sailing off onto the grass.
Too much speed. I think he either would have made the grass. I think it was going to be close because we know that car has a lot of grip, but I think he probably would have been wide at 5.
Yeah.
Do you have a winner?
I do.
And who is your winner, please?
That would be Lewis.
Thank you very much. I agree. I shall go and break it down for them. See what the chat thinks of that. As we just heard Chris spark up in the background there. Right, chaps, we have a winner. Our viewpoint is, as per the briefing, I did say that the second half of clip 4, was going to be seen as something that will be allowed for angle up, and that the angle up will then lead into that slowdown. So that was specifically briefed before we started the battles off. As well as that, there was the error in the first run, and because of that, because of those two things, the winner is Lewis Winstanley.
Good runs, Owen.
So, well done, Lewis. You go through to face Jamie Healy in the top 16. That is what we want to see there. So, I should now have on the server Luke Roots versus Alexander Yeagard, Ryan Sider, Owen Akehurst, Evan Rose versus Paddy Walls, and Daniel Stead versus Shay McCullough. I'm going to drop into the chats and try and round those guys up. Shay,
Hello,
I need you to the server, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Ben, it's me against Luke.
I know that Jamie was asking me a question there, but I just moved on. So, can I please have onto the server and into the other chat Luke Roots, Alexander Yegard, Ryan Sider, Owen Akehurst, Evan Rose, Paddy Walls, Daniel Stead and Shay McCullough. You should all be on the server now, please. And also moved down into the other chat. Ryan's there. Ryan, onto the server, please.
Server on mute.
Yeah, I'm on.
Thank you. And if you could come up to the chat.
Yeah.
Right, so what did we think of that on the chat? Honestly, if I can't get that stang sorted out, I'm definitely going to have to test that 13.5. Josh, don't be a traitor. You can get that stang sorted out. The 13.5 is very, very fast. It's a very, very fast car, but it's not outright the fastest car. A lot of guys go to it because they like the way it drives, but it is very, very laggy. The S15 is slightly less laggy, but it doesn't have the Wise Fab. It has the sort of hyper knuckles, like a B knuckle. So you've got to make a choice. You drive them all differently. They all drive differently, and you have to have different techniques. Some people will love the low trail, some people will love the high trail, just the same as in real life.
Am I in the right server?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I was just wondering why people were driving. So.
Right, hang on, I hadn't seen that. So, guys, you should not be driving. There are no practice runs.
Oh, now I'm the grass.
So,
am I up next, or?
You're not up next. You're not up just
right,
yet.
Okay,
the
good.
first battle is Luke Roots versus Alexander Yegard. Luke to lead in, Alexander Yegard to chase. Is Luke here?
And I didn't see him in the...
So we did say that we would be giving a 5-minute rule. I will message him. And if needs be, we will move on to the next battle. Luke Roots, where are you? Rootsy.
What's his last name?
Roots. R-O.
Yeah, his chat name's Rootsy. R-O-O-T-S-Y.
Oh yeah, I did see him on practice servers actually. I don't know.
We have seen him around. So, it is 10:02. I am looking for my phone. I am going to start a 5-minute timer starting as soon as I've got it up. Come on, there'll be less rubbish. Right, 5 minutes starting now. This time, that is a 5-minute countdown. At 10:07, Rootsy forfeits the battle.
We're going to run the next one in between.
That's you.
So, whilst we're waiting on that 5-minute rule, yeah, it's Ryan Sider versus Owen Akehurst. Ryan Sider versus Owen Akehurst. Ryan to lead, Owen to chase. So, another Mustang versus 13.5 battle. Let's see how this one goes. Ryan's been getting that car progressively more dialed in. He's been having problems over the last few weeks because we realised that the setup that he'd thought he'd saved from his very first test session when he decided he loved the Mustang, he'd forgotten to save the setup. So the front end he's been running for the last few weeks, where he still managed to do very, very well, has been incorrect. He is now finally on a setup that allows him to drive properly, we hope.
And the rear.
And the rear. You do love the rear, to be right, don't you?
Stupid mistake loading.
Well, we know the blue car will win. Let's see which one of them it's going to actually be as we send Ryan Sider, chased by Owen Akehurst, in 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off the line. Owen Akehurst chasing him, Ryan Sider. Ryan absolutely hooked up in that V8 as he goes thundering down. That's it. Oh, and Owen Akehurst has punted him into the wall. Owen Akehurst has done Mustang things to the Mustang. That is definitely not a run that you can recover from. Ryan's going to try and get that car hooked up and do the rest of the run, but we can see that Owen had gone for all speed and aggression, and that car was not holding any angle at all at that point of accident. So for me, For me, and I'll confirm with Chris, that is 100% fault to Owen. So, let's see what happens in the second half of this battle. Okay. Just bear with us one sec. Chris,
Yes.
before we start the next run, you and I need to confirm that we are appointing blame to a specific person from that incident. For me, I have someone in mind. Can you confirm who you have in mind?
I didn't see Ryan do anything wrong.
No, I didn't either. That's exactly where I'm at too. Aaron the Racer 20, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so for me, I didn't see Ryan do anything wrong. He just got absolutely spanked into the wall by Owen in that shake position.
Yes.
Okay, if we're agreed on that, we'll move on to the next half of the battle. Okay, guys, we're going to run this now. Ryan in the chase position. Kirst in the lead. In 3, 2, 1, go. And here we go. They are through the start line cleanly. This is a chance for Ryan to just take it a little bit more easy, but we haven't told them that. We haven't told them that we've appointed blame. There is no one at fault in their minds yet, potentially. So Ryan's going to drive it exactly as he should do, and that's it. Look at him sending it there, but look at that 13.5. Kirst has got that all gripped up. You can see why he had that problem in the chase position. He's put way too much grip in that car to be battling with anything other than an absolute rocket ship. Look at that car go! Wow. Well, that was a very impressive run, Chris.
It was. He missed clip 5. Well, he skimmed it with his bumper, but
Yep.
yeah, apart from that, it was a nice lead run.
It was a lovely lead run. It was fast. It had good angle. Slight error at 5. It was impressive. It was dynamic. The thing is clearly a rocket ship, and none of that matters because he zeroed out
he
in the first run and put it in the wall, and that was that. So, gentlemen,
Oh dear, this has gone wrong.
gentlemen, we have a winner.
I wonder who that is.
I'm afraid, Owen, that despite the fact that your second run there, the car was an absolute rocket ship and you did pretty much nothing wrong in that lead position, the error in the
I may
chase
have
in the
caused
first
the
run
crash in the first run.
might have cost you that battle just a little, just the tiniest amount.
Just by a hair.
Just by a hair.
good
There
battle.
was, it's a gnat's cock in it, you know. It was really marginal. It's a shame because honestly I was really looking forward to that battle. I think you guys are pretty evenly matched. Just so people can see on the stream, that is the timer for Rootsy to get to the server, because we're finishing off this battle now. He should be coming on. Yeah, so with that battle in mind, the winner of that battle is Ryan Sider, and he takes the win and advances on. We will see who he is facing next. This is going to be crucial. It is now. We will go back to this battle that we should have run first. Good going, Owen. I mean, the car's a rocket ship. Like, in the lead position, you were absolutely unstoppable, but I think Ryan knew not to push too hard because I think he could have probably kept up. But the gap was huge. That car's a rocket ship, but you're going to be hard to beat.
Can I stay in here? Say me leaving and joining.
Yeah.
No, it's alright.
No,
It's alright.
no, it's fine. I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you. It's absolutely fine.
Okay, cool.
I don't want you having to wander around in VR and accidentally tripping over stuff. So, Luke,
We are still missing Luke.
Good battle, Ryan. So,
Yeah, you too, mate.
And we are missing an Evan.
So, Alexander Yayard, if you want to warm your tyres up and come to the line, Luke Roots has to be... I have to see him at least joining the server now, or he will forfeit. He's just saying he can't get onto the competition server. Let me have a look. There is definitely an R32 on there, isn't there? Let's not make it so that it's if it's my fault, then obviously that's different, but let's just double check. So I am seeing 2 R32 1.5Js. They are both available there.
Has he done the update to 1.73?
Yeah, so this is something that we found during practice, folks, so I'm sorry there's going to be a slight delay for a second. For literally no reason that we can fathom, people who didn't have 1.73 custom shaders patch, which is one of the, for those of you who don't know, one of the tools used to massively improve the quality of Assetto Corsa overall, for some reason that we don't understand, it was not letting people join the server if they didn't have it. So for no obvious reason, it is stopping people from joining the server. Right, if it is a server connection error, I am not going to mark him down for that, as long as it is something that is constantly causing problems at his end that might be rectifiable. So, he's saying he's not getting an error.
No, it wasn't doing with us either. It was just hanging on the last car.
Just taking forever to load. Right. I'm going to be fair with this one. He's in communication with me. He's making sure that we're aware that there's a problem. He can't get onto the server, and it's potentially not his fault. So if it's an organisational fault at our end, I'm not going to penalise him for that. Chris, could I ask you to message him and just try and talk him through some of the things that we did to solve it? And I will move us on to the next few battles so that we don't get hung up here. Alex, I'm sorry that we're delaying your battle one more time, but I just want to be as fair as possible. If it's something that I've done with the config of the server, then that's on me. I don't want people to miss out because I buggered something up, because that would not be fair at all. It's just not fair. So, Zach Mitchell, thank you for the follow. Taylor on APD, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Thank you very much. I hope you guys are enjoying it at the moment. Let's have a look at what's going on here next. Chris Ennis is going to take over.
I'm trying to find him.
C.
The ROOTSY.
Yes, that is correct. And we will move on. Let's move on to this next battle, which is Evan Rose versus Paddy Walls. Do we have both of those guys in the chat? I can see Paddy. Yeah. I cannot see Evan Rose.
Is he number 24?
Can't see him in the chat. That's the problem, and he needs to be in the chat in order to have this. Evan Rose, is Evan here?
Don't think
No,
so.
it doesn't look like it. Thank you, chaps. Let me have a look and see if I've got him in the chat. This is one of the things. That is Evan there. I have messaged him, and as a result, 5-minute rule starting now. That is clock ticking for Evan Rose Sneb to get to the chat. So, with that in mind, let's move back to that other server. Paddy, I've started Evan's competition timeout. He has 4 minutes and 42 seconds left to get to the server. So if you want to head back to the pits as well, let's try and get a battle going, shall we? Let's have Daniel Stead and Shay McCullough. So Shay, you are chasing first. Daniel Stead, Speedy Daniel, you are leading first. You guys to the line, please. Shay McCullough and Daniel Stead both in the chat. So let's get a battle going before people start to fall asleep. See what they're saying on the chat at the moment. Josh signed up before he'd even had a chance to practice with the car pack. So Josh, well done for doing as well as you did. Oh my God, I'm being brought another coffee. This is the best thing ever. Thank you. What is this? There's no rum in this. This is unacceptable.
Is it not Irish enough?
It's just not Irish enough. I want my coffee to basically be surging around like an RB. That's how I need it. That's how Irish I need it to be. Okay. Insert NZ, Brandon's on the chat. Dixie21, he's on the chat as well. They're all saying, you got this, Daniel. Go on, Daniel. Well, there's nothing like a bit of pressure to focus the mind. Daniel Stead in the Mustang will lead in Shay McCullough, who has gone for the R32 this week, in 3, 2, 1, go. And they are cleanly through that start line, off the line. Shay McCullough going for that initiation in behind the mighty Mustang. Look at Shay getting that proximity right from the word go. He's pushing right up onto the door of that Mustang as Daniel comes down a little bit off the bank, trying to push out to that wall now. Shay got a little bit of lag there, but he's managed to hold it. Here's the transition that's crucial. The R32, but Daniel's gone way over angle. Look at that, massively angled up. Shay had to back right out, then reinitiates to get back into it. He's up onto the door again. This transition is going to be crucial. Shay in that R32, surging up onto the door of Daniel there and across the line. Well, Chris Ennis, do you have a person at fault for that issue in the middle there?
Yes.
Can you confirm your person at fault, please?
I would say Daniel.
I sadly agree. So we have assigned the person at fault. We have a major advantage, definitely, from that run. Let's see what the chat's saying. No, I don't think they've reacted yet. They've probably not quite seen it yet. It's going to be a shock in a second. Right, I'm going to get them started.
Give him 5.
Okay. Daniel Stead in the chase position. Shay McCullough in the lead. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, it's a clean getaway from both drivers. Shay absolutely hooning down that start in the R32, flicks it in hard onto the wall early. Daniel's in that chase position. Has he got the legs in that Mustang? Look at it surging up. That is, oh no! All of that power that he put down and all of that surge he was doing, that Mustang clearly very, very fast, and he's clearly starting to get to grips with it. He surges back up onto that door, but it's not going to matter after a second error in this run unless Shay absolutely spanks it. No, he doesn't. That is it across the line. Chris Ennis.
Yes.
Independent error a second time, it seems.
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I think so.
But apart from that, he was doing well with the Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go and give them the result. I shall be back in a second. Shay and Daniel, we have a verdict, and sadly, despite the fact that he was driving the car very, very well indeed, due to 2 independent errors, one in either run, Daniel has sadly lost that battle. Shay advances through to the top 16. Well done, Shay. Daniel, that is definitely the car from the pack that you're looking best in. Please do come along again next week. Get more practice in over the course of this week with these cars. I know you're new to them, and try and enjoy it. Shay, well done. You advance through. We still don't know who you are facing because we can't get a full pull from any other battle. But Shay McCullough goes through. The other person from this part of the bracket that we've got at the moment is Ryan Sider. He's the only other run that we've had. We're still waiting on Luke Roots to see if he can get onto the server. Alexander Yeagard as well is here. But the other one we're looking for is... That is our 5-minute rule up now. So, welly, welly, welly. Oh, and the chat is filled with Fs for Daniel, spanking it into that wall. I totally agree, guys. Big F all round. Show your respects. Big oofs. Oof load massive. That is a bad time for Daniel there. But have we finally got Rootsy working? I can only delay this for so long. I've had no response, however, from Evan Rose, so that is a black mark against Evan Rose. He will not be allowed to enter next week as a result. That is a black mark for Evan Rose. So that means that automatically, having forfeited, Evan Rose loses out there. Paddy Walls gets the win automatically. Paddy, if you want to take a run here, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I'm happy either way. If you do so, it just gives Rootsy a little bit more time to get onto the server.
Take a run.
Okay. They're Vakaris and Lucas joining the server. He knows that they're up next. We've almost got the first half of this bracket sorted. We're starting to get there. Paywalls, the young Irishman, is going to be doing a run here just for his own practice. We're going to give Rootsy till the end of this half of the bracket. The question is whether we're going to allow it to delay any further if it's a connection issue at our end. The problem I have is everyone else... it's all good, man. I'll be there for next week. I'll try to get it fixed. Rootsy is pulled out. Rootsy has forfeit his run, so Alexander Jaegard automatically gets the win and advances through to the Great 16, to the top 16. Sorry, not the Great 16. That's later, the Grade 8. So we do have now. Let me show you guys at home. Chris Ennis, is he on this chat? So I'm moving around.
I've just come back to tell you that Rootsy had forfeited.
Yep. Okay,
and
that's lovely.
No one has seen Evan.
If you can now go and find the next group of people, please. You should have access to that list already. If you can go and find the next 8, and I will show everyone at home how the first half of this battle tree is shaping up for the top 16. And it looks like this. Going forward into the top 16 so far, we have Anestas will face Mohamed Rifsi. I'm not going to say his surname on his request because I keep on butchering it. And at some point I will get him to tell me how to say it properly so that I don't keep on embarrassing the poor man as I butcher his name. Jamie Healy will take on Lewis Winstanley. Alexander Jaegard will take on Ryan Sider. And Paddy Walls will take on Shay McCullough. That is how our top 16 has shaped up so far. That's how things are looking. So we're going to move straight on to the next half of all of this top 32. And in the remaining half of this top 32, the next battle is going to be Christian Petrov versus Martinez Ostraka, Vakaris Alukas versus Cormac Gard, Abdullah Abu Hussein versus Alan Codebeck, and Norman Vogues versus Oliver Eppinger. Those are the 8 people that we should have coming onto the server now. Those are the 8 people that I want to have in this chat, along with myself and Chris, so that we can get things started. Then, after these guys have gone, it's going to be Lucas Patinskas versus Ian Koenig, Steve Smith versus Warren Greener, Brandon Hogarth versus Jack O'Sullivan, and Nick Baylut versus Harry Fox. That is how things are shaping up right now. Let's move straight on, get into the second half of this top 32.
Yeah, I'm missing a Mr. Ben.
Who are you missing, sorry?
Christian Petrov.
We're missing Christian Petrov. This is not a surprise.
Yes.
Christian Petrov has a tendency on a Friday night, folks.
Is he on the bio?
He's what, sorry?
Is he on the bio?
Well, he tends to share his meals on a Friday night with 4 or 5 of his closest friends, and all of those friends are different shots of vodka. So
I will see if I can drop him a message.
Right, yeah, if you could drop him a message, please. And on that note, here we go. Christian Petrov, your 5 minutes starts now. That is it. We have a 5-minute timer on the go. It's 10:23 now. In 5 minutes' time, 10:28, we're going to move on to the next battle. That means, for the time being, no practice runs on the server, please, guys. Martinez Ostraka, if you can remain in the pits. Vakaris Alukas, if you could come to the line, please, to lead in Cormac Gard. That is who I want next. So Vakaris and Cormac to the line. Everyone else to the pits, please. We're going to move Chris down to creative because that's the one we're using for judging. And we're going to get this started. Let's see how things are looking. So, Cormac Gard to chase in. Vakaris Alukas in 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off the line. It's a clean pull getaway as we have the first all 13-5 battle of the night. Cormac Gard versus Vakaris Alukas. It goes surging in. Cormac's over-rotated a little bit and then surges up onto the door. He's trying to get that car under control as he comes through. But Vakaris looking good in that lead position. Cormac trying to reel him back in here as we go out into outer zone 5. Into outer zone 4. Here they are now, wrapping up into clip 5. I think they've got it all under control. Cormac's trying to surge up onto that inside again. He's looking less controlled now. There it is, and across the line. Chris Ennis.
It was a lovely lead run.
It was a really lovely
Very
lead
scrappy and not normal chase for Cormac.
Well, I know Cormac has been complaining that we've had the ping a little bit higher. I don't know what his ping is. Let's see if I can see it. Cormac, no, I can't see it on there right now. Abdullah Hussein's up at 227. That's still within the acceptable limits that we've said. But Cormac has been complaining that the ping is slightly higher this week and he's not actually able to take advantage of things the way he would normally do. Not having Martinez or Straker. He's on next. It's Vikaris Aliukas. Let's find him in here. Vikaris Aliukas. Okay. So are we saying that that one was a loss to well, was a disadvantage to Cormac?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get them started. Okay, chaps, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come cleanly off the line there, Cormac's going to try and reassert his dominance over this battle as he comes flying in. That's the initiation that we've been expecting from Cormac, but Vikaris Aliukas is absolutely surging up onto the door as well. This is a really tidy run from both drivers as Vikaris slots in onto Cormac's door. There's the transition. We're certainly not seeing any ping issues here, but Vikaris goes hard up onto Cormac. That is definitely going to count as an error. Is it going to balance out from the first battle, or was Cormac slowing down too much? Here's the transition now. Vikaris just having a wobble in the chase and across the line. Chris Ennis, tell me your thoughts and troubles and woes. Tell me your thinkings.
I don't know if that was a ping-related issue.
The problem we have is that we said that we would mark down whoever had the ping-related issue, but I don't know which of them had it. I'm going to consume a nut bar in a slightly sexual fashion for the stream in order to consume this and think about it for a second.
Yeah. I think lead to lead, they were pretty even, really. And until the ping contact, whatever it was, I'm not going to insult him by trying to say his name. But yeah, he had a better chase run.
Vikaris, until the ping issue.
Vikaris.
Yeah.
Yes. But as I say, it's pinpointing whose the issue was.
I think, and as someone's just pinged up and sent me a message, it looked like Cormac lagged, and we did say that we would have to assign the error to Cormac, to whoever lagged. I think Cormac had lag-related issues in the first corner as well.
He was bouncing around the first corner.
He was bouncing around the first corner. I think that was certainly not. I'll tell you what, I'm going to try and see if I can see his actual ping. See, he's up at 180, and right, that is our timer. I'm going to stop that there. That means that we have another person who has forfeit their run, but where is Vikaris? See, Vikaris is at 173, Cormac's at 180. They shouldn't really be having any extra issues there over and above. We've been twinning with those kind of pings all week on this server. There shouldn't be those kind of issues coming up.
Mine's 160, and I'm not having any issues,
No.
but it did look like Cormac was bouncing around the first corner.
It did.
Which leads me to think it's his ping that is the issue. But then is that unfair?
Well, it's sadly it's in the rules. We said that right from the start, so I think we have to assign that as an error for Cormac.
Yeah, I think that's the only way we can
That's
go.
the only way we can do it. We put it in the rules. That's what we've said.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, we have a verdict. Having discussed it and also rechecked your pings to see what they were sitting at right now and where they were during the battle, we have come to a verdict, and that verdict means that in a slightly shocked decision, last week's winner, Cormac Guard, is knocked out in the top 32 by Vicaris Alukas, who will advance on to the top 16. Good battle, chaps. Cormac, have a chat with me after the event. We'll talk about ping-related stuff and see what happened there. But as per the rules as we stated them and that are signed up, that's the way we had to assign problems.
Yeah, it was a connection. I couldn't really tell what the fuck was going on when I was behind Vicaris half the time. It was just very laggy for me on my end.
Okay.
I'm only on like 180 right now, but
yeah,
still
I
really
don't know what it was. We'll look at it there. 40ms just subscribed. With pride, thank you very much. Right, okay, we'll move that on. I appreciate that. We'll have a chat about it afterwards. But that means that Vicaris advances on to the top 16, and because Christian Petrov appears to have a date with a bottle of vodka, as is his normal Friday night choice, it means that Martinez Ostraka is the person who Vicaris will face. I'm really looking forward to trying not to make any mistakes with those two names in one battle at the same time. That's going to be excellent. Martinez Ostraka will take on Vicaris Alukas in the top 16. Now, that's courtesy of a buy run from Christian Petrov not turning up. That is a black mark against Christian Petrov. It means he will not be allowed to enter next week's competition. Abdullah Abu Hussein versus Alan Codebeck is next. If you chaps could please head up to the line. So this is a battle of two guys that we have not seen battle before. We saw Mohammed last week. We saw Abdullah Abu Hussein, we saw him last week. We've not seen Alan Codebeck this year. Abdullah Abu Hussein did really well when we were running at Driftland, which was last week's competition. Getting used to the cars, it's the first time he's driven those. Alan Codebeck, I have seen in practice, he's been looking really strong. This is a battle I'm excited about. I know it's a battle other people are excited about. Hopefully everything is going to go smoothly. Let's find out. Abdullah Abu Hussein to lead first. Alan Codebeck to chase. Here we go. Abdullah, if you could just back up so that the nose is... no, both of you backwards rather than forwards, so the nose is underneath the banner, please. A little bit further. That's it, thank you. That'll do. Just so that you're the right side of the banner. Okay. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. And they're cleanly off the line. Are they going to make it through the chicane? Yes, they are. Abdullah Abu Hussein in the lead position. Alan Codebeck in the chase. Here comes that initiation. Abdullah Abu Hussein dialed in with that 13.5. Look at him go. But Alan Codebeck starting to close in. A little bit of a wobble there from Abdullah Abu Hussein. Oh, Alan's going to maximum angle. Look at that. Was huge, but it certainly cost him proximity. So that's an error from both drivers in this run. Abdullah Abu Hussein kind of tighten it up here now up onto clip 5. Alan Codebeck in the chase position, going for this surge into the final section. It's a big send. Look at that angle. Absolutely hooking it up and across the line. A nice battle from both drivers. Not perfect. Errors in both directions. Let's have a look and see what comes next. Here we go. Abdullah Abu Hussein will now chase. Chris, before we move on.
Yes.
Your thoughts from that run?
Abdullah came off of clip 1 very early.
Yep, and quite shallow.
And yeah, Alan angled up a lot. For me, it is a 5-5.
Yeah, it's the same for me as well. That's an error from both guys. I thought Alan started to pull it back as he went into the second half, really put the pressure back on. But that was a big error that gave away a lot of ground into the first half. So in the end, it balanced out for me. That's what I saw there. Okay, let's move on. Let's get them started. Okay, thank you, chaps. Abdullah Abu Hussein will now chase in Alan Codebeck in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, that's a clean getaway. Abdullah Abu Hussein now in the chase position. That car was looking fast there. Is Alan Codebeck going to be able to get away from him? Is the angle going to play a part here? Alan up into the wall. Oh, it looks like that might be deciding as long as Alan keeps going. There we go. Abdullah Abu Hussein managing to back out and give himself that room. Alan had all the rope he needed to hang himself there. That was a pure error on his part. As we see, Abdullah Abu Hussein come all the way through to the end of the run in that chase position. Chris, for me, that can only go one way. What say you?
Yes. Yep. You can't put it in the wall and win, unfortunately.
Well, you can, but only under very extraordinary circumstances. So, with that in mind, I shall go and give them the result. Thank you
I
very
will go
much.
and find some people.
Thank you. Gentlemen, the first half of that battle we had down as a 5-5 from errors from both drivers. In the second half of that battle, however, I am afraid that it is very difficult to put a car in the wall independently in the lead position and come away with the win. And on that note, it means Abdullah Abu Hussein advances on to the top 16. Well done, good driving from both guys there. Abdullah, well done. You advance on to the top 16 and you will face either Norman Vogues, Snox there, who's going to be leading in the next battle, or Oliver Eppinger. This is going to be an interesting one for us to see. So, Abdullah Abu Hussein makes it through to the top 16. Let's see what's happening next. Norman Vogues to lead in Oliver Eppinger. Now, this is an interesting one. Snox, Norman Vogues has been using a few different cars over the last few weeks, getting things dialed into his liking. He has, for this week, settled on the RX-8 with the M113K Mercedes supercharged V8 engine under the hood. That is going to be a very fast car around here, potentially, but we know the S13.5s are fast, and that is where we have Oliver Eppinger right now. So, Oliver to chase. Snox to lead. Just waiting for Chris to return to the judging channel. He's on a runaway, he's trying to find people. As soon as he's back, we're just waiting for the judges to be ready. If you guys want to keep your tyres warm, back up and just do that again, then you're more than welcome to. Check in on the chat, see how everyone's doing. Guy, I don't see anything interesting. If anyone else is having problems with the stream, please let me know. It should be showing all cleanly. There should be the full view of two guys sat on a line, a red car and a white and blue car. Please make sure that you're seeing that.
Yeah, it's showing them on.
Brandon, are you in here?
Chris, we'll round up the rest of them in a second. If we could just get started with this last battle of this part of the bracket. If you can head back to creative for a second.
Right.
Tropical Pigeon saying all good on the stream. That's good. Well, it's worrying that someone's not seeing anything at all. Serb's Filthy Touch, he's saying all good. All right, let's see how this goes as we send Norman Vogues and Oliver Eppinger in 3, 2, 1, go. That's both guys cleanly off the line. Norman Vogues in that lead position in the RX-8. We know that car's very fast on the run-in, but it's just not quite got the horsepower that the 13.5 has. A look as Norman Vogues is trying to massage that car out onto that outside line. Oliver Eppinger in the 13.5, absolutely keeping it pinned in, backing up through that transition as Norman Vogues goes for a huge angle. That is definitely a mistake there in that lead position. He's throwing that car around, trying to angle it up as we go through. This transition is going to be crucial. Oliver Eppinger looking really stable in that chase, despite all of those errors from Norman Vogues. That is not the Snox that we are used to seeing. Oh, God, as he smashes the car into the pit wall for no reason. That is not the Snox that we are used to seeing. That is very, very different. Okay. Let's see what will happen in this next run. Chris, do you have a winner from that run, or do you have advantage that you want to issue from that run?
Nothing that you didn't say there that stood out to me.
Okay. That's kind of good. I'm glad that I'm at least seeing the things that I think I'm seeing. So, let's bring that back up. So if needs be, I can rewind. That's there. Okay.
You found a rewind feature?
Well, I've got the YouTube stream up on my phone as well, so I've got that ready to go there. So now we have Snox in the chase position. Now we've assigned blame. I'm going to get them started. Okay, chaps. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. And as they come off the line, it's a clean getaway. Snox in the chase position. Here's the initiation from both guys. Oliver Eppinger holds it, but look at Snox is in the wall. Oliver Eppinger driving away in that 13.5. It looks like Snox, trying to find a car that really works for him, has gone for the wrong car for this particular track. I don't know whether it just didn't have enough power or whether it didn't have the grip or whatever the reason was. He's clearly been struggling with that as Oliver Eppinger cleanly finishes out the run and across the line. Chris, did you see anything there that I might have missed?
No, I stand by what I said in the last run. You can't put it in the wall and win.
Yep. It's the same as we've said before. There is nothing you can do there. You certainly can't put it in the wall and win. So I'm going to announce the winner of that. Gentlemen, Norman, that is not the one, I'm afraid. It's very difficult to put a car in the wall that heavily and drive away with a victory, as we've said before. With that in mind, Oliver Eppinger in the 13.5 gets the win and will face Abdullah Abu Hussein in the top 16. So, Norman, I think that car is going to be good for you on other tracks. I don't think this was the track for it. Maybe I need to be giving it more power. We'll have a talk during the week. There is obviously the pack update coming for the Pro cars, and I have now done a better V8. So if you want to do some testing on that during this week, I will give you a bigger engine for it, and we can see whether that makes a difference, because it might just have been out-carred. And I don't want that to be the case. We want the cars to be fairly equal. So,
I mean, I quite often understeered in the chase, so...
Okay, we'll have a talk about it. Maybe it just needs the extra power to keep it lit up so that it's a little bit better. But let's see what's happening here. That means we have this half of the bracket sorted. Martinez Ostraka versus Vakaris Aliukas, Abdullah Abu Hussein versus Oliver Eppinger. Our next battle is Lucas Patinskas versus Ian Koenig. Ian Koenig to chase first, Lucas Patinskas to lead. Then Steve Smith versus Warren Greener, where we will see another RX-8. Brandon Hogarth versus Jack O'Sullivan, and Nick Baylett versus Harry Fox. That's how this part, the final part of our top 32, is going to be run. So, Lucas Patinskas to the line, Ian Koenig to the line.
Do you have Brandon's Discord name?
I do. He is currently, he has messaged me already that he is out delivering some keys to his shop. So he's going to potentially have to call his 5 minutes. So I will start that when required.
I haven't left yet. I was wondering if you'd reply, because I can either shoot out right now real fast or wait and then quickly do the run and then go. It's up to you.
You are the third battle, so that's going to be 10 minutes, plus we could call you a 5 minute. You've got a maximum of 15 minutes, so how's your timings?
I probably won't make it there and back in time, so I'll wait.
Okay, well there we go. Problem solved. As long I gave you choices, we've got an answer. If you want, what I can do is I can do your battle next, so that you can then head out.
That'd work if that's all right.
We'll not this one. We'll do this one because the guys are already lining up, and then we'll switch it round. And we'll do your battle next. So instead of running for that, Steve Smith, Warren Greener, you will not be the next battle after this one. We will have Brandon Hogarth, Jack O'Sullivan. You guys will be the next battle after Ian Koenig and Lucas Patinskas. So, Ian Koenig to chase first. If you guys can back up to behind, you should be so that the nose of the car is underneath the banner. That's it. There we go. Thank you very much. Just going to wait for Jack to load in so that you guys don't get a sudden lag spike. He seems to be loading in now. Lucas Patinskas to lead in. Ian Koenig in 3, 2, 1, go. Lucas Patinskas off the line in that big old Mustang, navigating his way through that start chicane. Here's Ian Koenig in the chase position, firing it in. Good angle, good rate to angle from Ian as well. Just dropping down the bank to maintain the proximity. That car looking a little bit unstable in the chase position, but Lucas Patinskas not using that Mustang to full effect. But my God, look at the gap that he has opened up down through 2 and 3. That is a huge gap, but Ian's now absolutely putting the power on, trying to surge back up onto his door. That little car, the S14, cutting corners to try and gain all of that proximity back up, but that was an absolute masterclass from Lucas Patinskas. Chris?
Yes, it was very scrappy chase.
Very scrappy chase. You can see that he was having to work real hard to try and keep that proximity, and in the end it was making away from him anyway. That Mustang on that straight section there absolutely lit up between 2 and 3. That's what we've been waiting for. I've been waiting for the Mustang to show its true colours today. Right, do we have... You've got an advantage given from that battle?
Yes.
I'm going to send them. Thank you, gentlemen. Next half of this battle, Lucas Patinskas to chase in Ian Koenig in 3, 2, 1, go. And as they come off the line, it's going to be a hard one for Ian to overturn coming into this battle. Lucas Patinskas giving him the room to give himself that initiation there. Ian nicely up onto the bank there, though. That's it, running all the way round. Just keeping that car massaged up onto that outside line. Lucas Patinskas is right there. This is where it could get dicey. We know that... Oh, no! We know that RB26 can be fast. Sorry, that 1J powered car can be fast. As Lucas Patinskas comes round through the overtake, I was wondering whether the Mustang was going to have too much grip dialed in, whether there was going to be contact there, but it looked to me, and I'm going to just watch this on the stream. I'm just going to rewind this on my little handheld device here. I just want to see that again. So, you guys can watch along with me. What I'm looking for is whether there is a problem there. I just want to go back 10 seconds, YouTube. Why are you being so useless? Okay, I am watching this now. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this. I'm watching this now. All I'm looking for is that error to see whether it is forced by the chase car or whether Ian does it independently. Here we go, through that transition. That's the transition I want to see there. No, that's it. It was independent. That is an independent error from Ian in the lead position. Definitely. There was no contact prior to that. Okay, I have a winner, Chris. You?
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, courtesy of the multi-stream and the fact that we are now on YouTube as well, I've been able to go back and review to confirm whether there was contact before that error. I can confirm that we do not see contact in the second run.
No, that was 100% me.
We just wanted to make sure. Thank you for your honesty there, Ian. Sadly, that means that you will not be advancing on to the top 16, and Lucas Patinskas instead will be advancing in that very, very fast Mustang. It looks like he's got that really nicely dialed up. So,
yeah, good battles, Lucas.
But it was a nice run. That 14 was.
I'm
happier
really with my performance. So
good.
That's all I care about. Yeah.
That's the one. We'll talk to you after the event, and we'll try and get some more runs in because I'm going to do some drifting today as well. So
yeah,
we're not going to run out if Steve Smith and Warren Greener are which of them is fighting Lucas next, because Brandon has requested to come forward, and because I'm such a nice guy, I'm going to allow it. So Jack O'Sullivan, you will chase in Brandon Hogarth in the next battle. This is from the lower part of the bracket because Brandon needs to nip out and drop his keys off at work. Brandon Hogarth to lead in Jack O'Sullivan. That is where we are going next. So Jack is there on the line. Brandon, if you could come up to the line too, please, when you are ready. Let's see what they said in the chat about there. Go on, Patinskas. Go Ian. There's support for everyone. Stream keeps freezing for me. I get sound in a frozen screen. That's very, very odd. I wonder if guys can watch it on the YouTube channel as well. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, drop us a message. I want to know whether the stream's better on there. That is Yugu. That sounds much more erotic than I was expecting when I read it out loud. Yugu, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. So, Brandon Hogarth to lead in. our chase driver, that is Jack O'Sullivan. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Brandon Hogarth making it through in that bright pink S15, coming streaming down that line, fucking right onto the wall there, flying right onto that wall as Jack O'Sullivan has put it in the wall independently. It looks like Brandon Hogarth might have got an easy run through here as long as he can tidy it all up and keep it going together. Absolutely firing it along the wall nicely, but Jack O'Sullivan's on a good line. But look at that 13.5 surge forward. Is he going to be able to hold it under control? Yes, he is. It's maybe not going to matter though, as we seem like we had an independent error there. I'm going to talk to Chris about it after. There's an independent error from Brandon as well.
Oh.
And he's gone back to pits. What just happened? I'm watching it on the stream. I'm going to look at this. This is Brandon coming through into this final section. This is the transition that's crucial. There, makes it to 5 and then has a big straighten independently.
Yeah, he just seemed to grab a load of understeer, but I've just put the stream on myself. I may be running it a little bit far behind.
That's fine.
And they're off.
Stream works for me here on Twitch. Thank you, Snox. Yugo. Okay, sorry. Yugu. However I meant to pronounce it. I apologise. As long as you're having
Jack
fun, that's the most important bit. Right.
Independently.
Yep. Jack in the wall independently.
And yeah, that was just.
Is that a double zero? That's the question.
Are we still under the previous rules?
The ruling states at the moment, I believe, that you have to carry on as
but it was the
are.
chase car that put it in the wall first.
So the lead car has to finish the run. Yeah, the rules state the lead car has to finish the run if the chase car puts it in the wall independently.
So yes, 00.
It's Yugo like the car brand. As long as you're having a blast, that's important. Okay, that is a 00. I will get them started. So this run is crucial. Gentlemen, we have reviewed the evidence. We are happy to continue the battle. If I could get you both to back up behind the line, please. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get started. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, this is now Brandon Hogarth in the chase, Jack in the lead. Brandon getting left behind a little bit. Is he going to surge up? Oh, that's a straighten from Jack. There is no way that Brandon was going to be able to back out of that. I'm happy that that is an error from the lead car in the first place there, as Jack goes screaming down that straight and Brandon's trying to initiate again and keep the car going, but that was definitely lead zeroing out first and a straighten that resulted in a difficult run for Brandon. There we go, across the line. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, that is not an easy run to judge. I'm just reviewing it here. That is error strewn from both guys. Chris, as per the rules right now, do you have a winner?
As per the rules right now, no.
The rules right now state that the lead car, if there is an error from the lead car, the chase car must continue unless it is an unchaseable lead. Now, for me there, I think that it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, with the speed that Brandon was closing, for him to avoid an accident without straightening there. That's my interpretation.
Yes, but then does he have to carry on after that?
No, he wouldn't have to. Once he's backed out there to avoid an incident, because
then
Jack,
I have a winner.
Hit the wall and then backed out. I'm going to back that up and just confirm for myself that Jack hit the wall, because I thought he hit the wall and then straightened, but he might have just straightened, in which case that might change things. So
no, he just straightened. Brandon drove into him and then didn't continue drifting.
This is potentially important. Let's have a look. 10 seconds back. Come on, YouTube. Right, we're here. This is the start. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it on the stream, but there's a big initiation. Brandon screaming in. Yeah, he was trying to back out, and then he hits Jack there, and then has to reinitiate.
But he doesn't really get going again.
But then he's lost all of that speed going through that first section. For me personally, and if we have a difference of opinion here, we don't have a third judge today, so if we have a difference of opinion, this would go one more time, and that's absolutely fine. What I'm saying is, for me, once Jack gets straight there, the slowdown is massive, and Brandon has gone full send to try and make up that jump off the start. So for me, coming into that section, it would have been almost impossible for Brandon to avoid that without the contact, and because of the contact, he then straightens and reinitiates. Effectively, it's run over at that point of contact, because Jack is just driving around that corner.
Yeah.
That's
no,
my
I agree
opinion.
with that.
You agree with that?
Now do you see why I wanted the rules changed?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we will change the rules this week. What we're going to do is we're going to change the rules so first 0 is the end of the run. Okay. We have a winner. You're happy?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Gentlemen, we have a decision based on what we have seen. We have gone back and we have reviewed the footage a couple of times. Chris and I have had a conversation. Based on the first run, just to clarify, we had initially a 10-0 to Brandon right up until the last clip when he straightens and has an independent error and goes across the line. With that in mind, we scored the first run as effectively a 0-0, for all intents and purposes a 5-5 scrapped run. For the second run, we referred back to the rules. As per the rules, when Jack straightens and slows in the lead position, we deemed that Brandon would not have been able to avoid that incident without backing out or without contact, and as a result, at the point where the run became unchaseable, effectively a 0 is scored and the chase driver does not need to continue the run. With that in mind, Brandon takes the win and will advance on to the top 16. And that is just having to go back and review it based purely on the rules. So we have had to refer to that rule book. Please, guys, that we are going to make an amendment to that rule book going forwards, so that for next week, first 0 ends the run. So in future, that would have automatically gone 10-0 and then 10-0. It would have been an absolutely unquestionable win for Brandon. But for this week, it was a finer one. We had to refer to the rules a couple of times. We went back, we checked them. That's how we've both seen it. So, with that in mind, Brandon Hogarth, you advance on. You may now go and drop off your keys and do whatever it is that you need to do, because you are in the very last battle of the top 16. So you have a little bit of time there. We will now go back to Steve Smith leading in Warren Greener in the battle of these two very different V8s. Steve Smith to lead first, Warren Greener to chase, the legendary Warren G. Steve Smith to lead in the Nightmare Before Driftmas Acid Trip livery. Warren Greener in that red and white RX V8. Here we go. You can hear that limiter banging on the start line. This is for the next battle in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Steve Smith in that lead position, Warren Greener in the chase. This is it, going to be sending it into that initiation. Look at the gap from Steve Smith. He's got that RX V8 hooked up. Big angle as he massages it out into clip 1, but no, he has to straighten and reinitiate. There it is. Warren G's right there with him as they come down the straight. Big flick onto that transition. Warren angling up hard. Steve just dropping 2 wheels off the track, but managing to gather it back up. Is it going to be an error? Just centre punts there. Warren right in that chase position. Look at that RX V8 absolutely surging up onto the door despite that scrappy lead from Steve. Chris Ennis, could you see any reason for some of those errors in that position?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, I am in the same boat. For me, there is a definite advantage right now to the man Warren G. Let's move on. I shall return to the other chat, get them started. Okay, gentlemen. Steve Smith to chase. Warren Greener to lead. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Warren G making it through those cones. Steve Smith in the chase position in that absolutely trippy livery. Big initiation from Steve. Very early, Warren massaging it around that outside edge. Huge initiation from Steve and still managing to slot it. And look at that, much better proximity from Steve. Just centre punting there, that's allowed. We did determine that was allowed in the rules earlier. As Steve surges up onto that door, Warren looking very stable in that lead position. Steve doing his best chase that we've seen in weeks here. That transition, big flick there, angling up and across the line, and both guys holding it on the track through the finish as per the rules. Chris Ennis.
Yes.
Did you see anything there to overturn the advantage we gave in the first run?
No.
I sadly didn't either. I thought that was a very strong run.
No, it was a bit of a late initiation from Warren. Steve's chase was lovely, and I think the initiation put Steve off a bit, and it would have been a better chase run. But unfortunately not enough to overturn the first run.
That's where I'm at too. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we have a verdict. The first run, we gave a clear advantage to one driver. In the second run, there was nothing to overturn that. However, to note, in the lead position in the second run, we deemed Warren's entry to be quite late, and as a result did mark down against it. Unfortunately for Steve, it was not enough of a mark down to overturn some of the scrappiness that we saw in his lead. I do also want to say that that was a great chase run by Steve, really great proximity, very aggressive, one of the best chases we've seen from you in a really long time, dude. However, on the basis of that first run, Warren Greener gets the win and advances through to face Lucas Patinskas in the top 16. So now we come to the final battle of the top 32. It is Nick Baylor leading in Harry Fox. Harry Fox to chase first, Nick Baylor to lead. Harry Fox warming those tyres up.
I knew it'd be my lead. Bloody knew it would be my lead.
It's a shame, man, because that chase was absolutely solid. Really, really good.
No worries. In a bit.
See, what we'll do is over this week, we'll work on some of the drivability of that car in the lead position. Because your chase is mint.
It's always okay. I'm okay with chasing. Just I think it's just more me on lead. I've just got to do a bit more leading than anything.
We'll work on it this week. I've got nothing but time. Okay, let's move on. So, Speedy Daniel said, let's go Brandon. He spent a number of his clipping points there in order to highlight that. Well done, Brandon, on advancing through. Cheddar Bob, your man, Cheddar Bob, is always here for Harry. We've also got Tropical Pigeon. He's here for Harry. Go on, Hazza. Those are the words they're saying. This is what we want to see. It is Nick Baylett, the man they call Susan, versus Harry Fox in the chase position. Let's see what we shall see in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Nick Baylor in that lead position. It's two very different cars here. That small 2J powered GT86 with huge angle there from Nick Baylor there. I don't think Harry was expecting that. He's had to back out and almost reinitiate a much more shallow angle than we were expecting from that Mustang. Look at that GT86 go. It's looking really dialed in, but Harry's right there now up onto that rear quarter. Oh, and Nick slowing down in the legitimate decel zone. Harry absolutely punting him into infinity there with that big Mustang. Mustang doing Mustang things as it straightens through clip 6 and across the line. Well. This is a difference versus what we saw last week. Last week, Harry in that Mustang was looking dialed in, made it all the way through to the final 4, I believe. Certainly made it through to the Great 8 before being knocked out. He was looking really dialed in that Mustang, and in practice this week, driving with Ryan, he's been looking right on form too. But, Chris, did you see anything from Nick there, the man they call Susan, that would have caused that error? Was it excessive slowing in your book?
It wasn't, no. No, he was slowing in a slowing zone.
Yeah. I think the decel map is going to be crucial there. We'll refer to that if need be after the battle. I'm going to go and get them started, however. So, Susan in the chase position. Here we go. So, okay, chaps. 3, 2, 1, go. Harry Fox off the line in that lead position, that new livery for his Mustang this week, and Nick Baylor in the chase now. Is it? Whoa!
What?
Just massive,
Nick has gone
massive
off the server.
ping error. Wow. Nick has vacated the server in an aggressive lag spike there. That is part of the rules. We said that was undeniable one-sidedness. That is a connection error. It counts as a technical fault.
And thankfully, Harry finished the run.
And Harry finished the run, which is what he needed to do.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was computer shutdown or ping or...
I don't know. I'm going to move up to the other chat and decide. We're going to have to use the rulebook on that.
Yep.
Wow, I thought for the you guys watching on the stream, I thought I was going to have to refer to the rulebook for the first run to try and highlight the decel zone there, but I'm not going to have to because that looks like something serious has happened. I'm going to go into the other chat. Nick, are you there? Hello, Nick. Are you there? Can you guys in this chat hear me? Ah, Nick, you are there. What happened?
I don't know, man. I went into that clip. I didn't angle enough. Same thing I've done the last 2 weeks.
On the stream for me and for Chris, you initiated into turn 1 and then you disconnected from the server and shot off into the distance.
Oh, I ran that wall for me.
Ah, are you still? Because it's showing you as not connected to the server anymore.
Yeah, I'm still in here. I'm doing donuts right now.
Are you on your own though?
Are you on your own? Oh no, he's come back in.
No.
He's pinged back in.
Oh.
Did he disappear on your screen as well, Chris?
Yes, into oblivion. And pretty sure he did it on the stream as well.
It did happen on the stream as well. I just want to check. Harry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Did Nick disappear on your screen as well?
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to reconnect?
The problem we have is that the rulebook that we put into place this week said that would count as a technical error that would be an automatic forfeit. Which is a real shame because...
Yeah, it's shitty because like, I did run a decent run.
Yeah, that is a real shame because in that first run, I was going to refer back to the decel zone because in that first run, we had Harry absolutely clattering into you.
Yeah.
I don't want to set a preference by sending it one more time, but the fact that you're suddenly reconnected is very strange.
I'm just trying to watch it back on the... in fact, they're just about to set off now.
On the stream, okay. If you can confirm for me, because to me it looks like Nick just honestly straight lines off into the Canadian countryside. To infinity, yeah, to infinity and beyond is on the server.
Come on, set off.
Serb subscribed with Amazon Prime, thank you very much. TTV36, thank you for the follow. Martin3506, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I haven't called your names out while you've been doing this. We just want to make sure that we've got a genuine response on this.
Yeah, on the stream, there wasn't even an initiation. He just set off straight through the wall.
But you had initiation on yours and then he dropped out? Chris?
No, not well. If he did initiate, it was only just he flew through the wall on the first section. I think, unfortunately, we are going to have to go with the rule book.
I think we are as well. I think that's a shame because Harry definitely had the disadvantage at the end of the first run. He was definitely at fault for that contact with Nick. I had Nick with something like an 8-2 advantage as a result of that contact. But the rulebook clearly states, as of this week, that connection issues will be counted as mechanical failures. Oh, I was not expecting to have to enforce it when it was going this way round, though. I thought we weren't going to have this kind of thing.
And from the man closest to the server as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's practically sat on top of it. He may as well be straddling it.
I've got a 83 ping. I can say I was having some problems. Like, before I joined the practice server. I had to rejoin twice because every time I joined and I went to come up to the line, I lagged right back out. And everyone
Did
flew
I
off.
disappear on your screen?
No, you were there the whole time.
That's weird.
That's really weird because he disappeared on yours, didn't he, Harry? Or
yeah,
did
he was gone. I looked at my review on the transition and he weren't there.
Yeah, and he was gone for both of us as well.
Damn it, Ben, why'd you have to make that? Why'd you have to make that rule?
The thing that's weird for me is that he was still on your screen all the way round, so you had no knowledge that you had a connection
I had no
issue.
knowledge. I lagged out.
Did you lag out at all, like at the end of the run?
No, I've been here the whole time. Harry's, like, I was driving next to Harry and everything during the after the run.
See, my problem is when you disappeared through the wall, I looked at the stereo car cell and your name wasn't on the list.
Yeah, that was my problem too. I double checked that to make sure that it wasn't just my end, but it looked
could
like
it be
you
your guys' connection, you think?
Oh, what just happened there? Has it happened again?
Because I am so far away.
Yeah, but you're closest to the server.
It's just happened again.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to have to call that as a connection issue, your end, Nick, because that is, like, you have just vanished off into the distance there. I'm afraid we're going to have to go with the rulebook on that one.
Reset your router and try again, maybe.
I think he's gone from the chat as well. Right, okay, we're going to call that. Yeah,
that
we're going to
solves that
call
one.
that. That is a perfect example of the rules. I don't know what happened there, but he's disconnected again and then reconnected, and that is definitely a problem at Nick's end, so we are going to have to call that. Harry, I'm going to tell you now, if you do that again in the chase position, you're going to get penalised again, because you were definitely at a disadvantage in that at the end of that lead run. But it means that, sadly for Nick, who I thought was doing some fantastic driving this week, it means he has missed out on a place in the top 16 due to a technical issue, and I hate having to put people through on technical issues. It is my least favourite way to do things, but that is what we have. So there is no way to do that. Rules are rules. There's no way to watch it due to technicals. That is absolutely right. Let's move on. This is how the bracket has shaped up. You now have your top 16. I was trying to be as nice as possible because we want to make it fair.
Good
but
job, Harry.
that is, we're going to have to do that. Your top 16 looks like this. It is Ernestus versus Mohammed Reefsy, Jamie Healy versus Lewis Winstanley, Alexander Yeagard versus Ryan Sider, and Paddy Walls versus Shay McCullough. I want those 8 guys onto the server straight away, please. The second half of the top 16 looks like this. It is Martinez Ostraka versus Vakaris Alukas. I'm going to trip over those names for sure. Abdullah Abba Hussein versus Oliver Eppinger, Lucas Patinskas versus Warren Greener, and Brandon Hogarth versus Harry Fox. So Harry Fox just scraping through due to a technicality there, but those are the rules. That's exactly what we said. If Nick hadn't had that problem a second time, I might have been tempted to be nice with it, but he clearly has an issue at his end. So we should have Ernestus, Mohammed, Jamie, Lewis, Alexander Yeagard, Ryan Sider, Paddy and Shay McCullough coming to the server, please. That is our next thing. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, you're going to get a very, very brief commercial break in a second while we let those guys join onto the server. The rest of you are going to hear me talk absolute waffle for a little while, and then we will get going again once these guys are on to the server. So, for those of you on Twitch, we'll see you in 60 seconds, and everyone else, you're going to be stuck with us. Those of you now on Twitch should be going to some kind of terrible ad break. I apologise for that, but I've got to make the money to run the server somehow. Those of you who are still with us, this is what we're going to be looking at. This top 16 should be loading in now. Our first battle. So as soon as they're ready, we want them up to the line, ready to go. I want Ernestus Yakubilis and Mohammed Reefsy. You are the first battle. Reefsy to chase first. So him to the line first of all.
Ben, I won't start the battle yet. I just want to join.
Hello.
Okay.
Do we need to join the server?
So everyone who I've just read out should be on the server. Chris should be rounding you up if he hasn't already. That is Anestus, Mohammed, Jamie Healy, Lewis Winstanley, Alexander Yegard, Ryan Sider, Paddy Walls, and Shane McCullough. You should all be on the server, please.
Shay against Paddy.
Yeah, Paddy and Shay.
That's about what we want to see. Sitting in a tree.
K-I-S-S-I.
I was going to say diffing around something they shouldn't be.
The ad break gives me a chance to stuff my face with the remainder of my breakfast, but...
Oh, I should probably turn ad block off.
There we go.
Ben, can you put an updated battery in the competition info, please?
Yes, I can. 1 second. So, going into competition info now.
What's this, top 16?
This is the start of the top 16. So the stream should now be showing top 16. That's what we've got there. Everything looks good. No more ads now that you've got sub benefits. No, instead, guys, you get to watch me eat a salted caramel protein bar from a brand called Tasty. It's so key. Honestly, that is so Kiwi to spell Tasty. T-A-S-T-I. I love it. Everything about that is brilliant.
Geez.
So.
It's upside down as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're basically falling off the earth here. That earthquake was actually just because we'd all been gripping on too tight. That was the problem. Right. Let's get this started. We are ready to send it for the top 16. Anestus versus Mohammed. Mohammed to chase first. Chris, let's move you down into the judging channel, please. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. They are cleanly off the line. That is Mohammed Reefsy chasing in Anestus. Anestus in that V8 powered GT86, firing it in onto the wall. Oh, but Reefsy is right there. Look at that S15 tucking into position. A little bit of a shallow angle there, but he's holding that proximity. This transition is going to be crucial as Reefsy sends it up the inside. But look at the speed that Anestus has from there. Oh, it's too much speed. It's too much speed. He drops a tyre going into 4. This is going to be crucial now here through this section. Can Reefsy hold that proximity? We've not seen an error in the chase position, just that lack of proximity. And across the line. Just watching that again. Yep, that's definitely a wheel drop. Chris, do you have an advantage from that run?
Yes.
Can you confirm your advantage, please?
That would be Reefsy.
I agree. I'm now sadly out of coffee. I'll line them up and get them started. I know. How will I survive? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Anestus to chase, Reefsy to lead. In 3, 2, 1, go. And as they come off the line, that's a clean getaway from both drivers. No one hitting the cone so far today, so we've not had a strike yet, but that's a late initiation from Reefsy. Is he going to be able to hold it back up onto the wall? Yes, he is, but a little bit of a wobble there in the lead position. We will mark that down as required in a bit, but that's great chase positioning from the GT86 there, but that's a dropped wheel from Reefsy as well as he comes into 5. Angles up to get it. I don't know if he was going to make that. We'll talk about that afterwards. Here's the transition now coming through and across the line. Chris Ennis. I'm watching the stream back a second. There's definitely a wheel drop there.
Yeah, there was definitely a wheel drop.
I just watched that move into 5. It was just perfectly timed on the stream. There was another wheel drop, but I think on that move into 5, I know how that S15 moves. I think Reefsy would have made 5 anyway. Your thoughts?
You see, I don't know whether it was a bit too much angle.
Okay, this is what I'm watching. So coming through, that's it there, dropping down and in. There's definitely a slight wheel drop, but it's less of a wheel drop there. No, that S15 was making it to that clip, definitely, as he came through there, in my opinion. In my opinion. Our data, thank you for the follow. David Fitzgerald, thank you for the follow. Snox is subscribed, that's good. This GT86 looking fast. They will be on podium next week. Yeah, the GT86 is looking fast. You can enter now, Steve. Chris, your thoughts?
Yeah. Lead to lead. Reefs's lead was better, even with the slight over rotation and half a wheel off.
It depends whether we're calling that for me, it depends whether we're calling that an over rotation, because I think that car could have made that clip. I've driven it enough. I think that car was making that clip even before the contact.
He might have been making it. I think he'd have hit the cone though.
Maybe, but it would have been on clip and it would have been a permissible run.
Yeah, it'd have only been a minor.
I think it was two. In fact, I'm going to go back and just double check, but I think it was 2 wheels off for the GT86 in the lead position.
It was definitely 2 wheels off in the lead position.
Yeah, that was definitely 2 wheels off in the lead position. So it depends whether we think that those 2 minors and that major balance each other out. That's where I'm at. If you think that Reefsy was not making that clip in the lead position, then that is going to be probably a 1 more time. But if you think Reefsy was going to make that clip and the contact was incidental because it was just the angle up in the slowdown. As you say,
you've driven that car a lot more. If you say that car would have made the clip, then I will trust your word on that. I just think he would have been going a bit slow, but it is a decel zone, so he is allowed to slow down. So, yeah, I think we've got to give it to the 86. I can't remember who was driving it.
You want to give it to the 86? Because for me, I don't think Reefsy was.
Sorry, no.
Reefsy's in the S15.
Yeah, give it to Reefsy in the 15.
You're giving it to Reefsy in the 15? I think that's where we're at. I think
this is where we need a third judge.
Yeah, this is where we need a third judge because I'm almost
and
tempted
the
to send
runner.
it. The problem I have is if I'm tempted to send it 1 more time, then I should send it 1 more time because I almost think that was 2 minors. I think the contact was because the car was too tight. I do think it was going to make the clip. I do think it was too tight. But I don't know. I don't know whether I'm trying to decide whether the contact was a major again, because there was definitely a punt there, or whether it's another minor, or whether it was Reefsy's fault. Because if it's Reefsy's fault, it's a 1 more time.
Yeah, you see, I think the contact was Reefsy's fault. Even though he was going to make the clip, he did slow up quite a lot.
If hang on, I'm gonna do this so you guys on the stream understand what we're talking about here. I'm just going to put this back to the track map. Now, Chris, if you look at the track map, I'm just going to put it onto the stream for these guys here. If you look at the track map, for me, that decel zone is at the end of clip 4, whereas I think potentially Reefsy was still slowing halfway between 4 and 5. I don't think he was back on the power and going there, which means it would have been counted as slightly excessive slowdown in the wrong place, and therefore that wouldn't be a clean win, and that would mean a 1 more time.
Is the easiest way to explain it, if it hadn't have been excessive, he'd have been wider on the corner and more on the B line of the clip?
I think he might have centre punted it, but I think it was excessive because I don't think he was. If I go back and watch that again, I don't think he was on power through that section. So that slowdown is at the end of 4. It's the last half of 4, and then through that outer zone. But you should be back on the power and pushing into 5 hard by that point. Whereas actually, now I look back at it again, I think he was still slowing down too much.
He was still on angle when he got to the clip, even though he'd been punted.
Yeah. So that was probably excessive deceleration, which means for me it's a 1 more time.
That's the way we'll go.
Okay, there we go. Let's go back and send this again then. All right, so you guys have heard that discussion. I'm going to tell them in the chat now, and I'm going to explain it in exactly the same way. Gentlemen, we have a verdict. We have looked at it as lead versus lead, chase versus chase. And in the lead for both guys, we see mistakes. Anestus gets 2 wheels off going into 4, which counts as a major. Reefsy coming through between the end of 4 and into 5, where that contact happens. We think that, that Reefsy was slow getting back on the power, so the contact counts as being at fault for the lead driver in that position. So with those balanced out across the two, we do not have a winner from that round. We're going to send you one more time. Please get fresh tyres, return to the line.
It's just making the pain worse. It's like when you get stabbed and then somebody takes the knife out just so you can die quicker.
No. What we like to do is
having to judge that.
I'm going to stab you, and then I'm going to gently heal half of your wound, so that you might stand a chance, but you might not. It's all then in God's hands. Who knows? So, Anestis will lead Reefsy to chase again. This is the one more time. We're going to send them again. We're going to rerun the fun. This is it in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see if we can get a winner this time. Is Reefsy off the line in the chase position, and Anestis in the lead. This flick initiation from Anestis is carrying him along the wall nicely. Reefsy on that handbrake, trying to keep the proximity. That's a much cleaner lead through this section, but a much cleaner chase from Reefsy as well as they come through. This is the transition now, flicking across as that GT86 opens up the line. Oh, and Reefsy's lost it in the chase position. He's gone 4 wheels off. That is an automatic 0. 3 wheels or more off is an automatic 0 as he comes through in the chase position now. Everything else is irrelevant. Everything else from that run is sadly irrelevant as Reefsy throws it away going into that outer clip. That is a real sadness. We were seeing some good runs from both of them there, but that now means that we have an advantage. Chris, unless you could see anything from the chase driver that gives that away?
No.
Okay.
But you did say everything else is irrelevant, but the lead driver had to finish the run.
That's true. And Anestis did that. Anestis did that admirably. So I'm going to send him now. Here we go. Okay, chaps. Here's the second half of the run. In 3, 2, 1, go. Anestis off the line cleanly. Reefsy off the line cleanly. That S15 powering down that straight. Here's the initiation. Anestis getting a nice early initiation there. Surging up onto that rear quarter. Reefsy having a bit of a straighten, trying to get that car hooked up, but look at the speed from that V8 GT86. He centre punts too. That's allowed in the chase position as Reefsy's struggling to get that car rotated. Here's the slowdown. That's a permissible slowdown. He's back on the power now. It's a much nicer line from Reefsy through there. Here's the transition now coming into this final section, and that is all she wrote as Reefsy drops a wheel across the line as well. And we said in the briefing that was another area where you would get marked down. Christopher, I think we have a winner this time. Your thoughts?
I think we have a winner too.
Okay. We both agree. Anestis?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Anestis, Jacobulis.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I'm going to try and say it. Anestis, Jacobulis. Jacobulis. Let's try that. There we go. Jacobulis gets the win. I will go and tell them. Gentlemen, we do have a winner from that run. 3 tyres or more off is automatically considered to be a 0. And sadly, Mohamed Reefsy in his lead position dropped all 4 wheels off onto the grass coming into 4. We couldn't see any contact or reason for that. And as a result, Anestis gets the win and advances on to the Great 8. Well done. Good run from both guys. That is not how I wanted that battle to go. I thought we were going to see a full run all the way through. But well done to Anestis. Reefsy starting to get that S15 really dialed in. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. In the meantime, Jamie Healy will lead in Lewis Winstanley. Lewis Winstanley in the chase position in that V8 powered S14. Both of these cars on the Hyperknuckle, this low trail setup. Similar sort of power, well, not quite similar sort of power. It's about 750 horsepower at the fly for the V8 and about 920 at the fly for that S15. So Lewis to chase first, Jamie to lead first. This one's going to be an interesting battle. These cars moving in very similar ways. The drivers very similar styles. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. As we get cleanly off the line there, Lewis trying to keep up with that S15. Jamie going for a big flick initiation and Lewis trying to struggle in behind him. That looked like quite a big slowdown, but Lewis is right there. Look at that proximity. That's some of the best proximity we've seen all night so far coming into this section. Back onto that power now. Is Lewis going to be able to keep up with the S15? It's very fast through here. Yes, he is. Look at that from the S. Oh, no. But that's contact in the slowdown twice from Lewis. He is just using that as a battering ram. He's Mr. Plough all the way through that section. That is a shame. Chris, do you consider that run to be excessive slowing from the lead driver?
No. And Lewis punted him on the initiation as well.
That's what I saw too. Okay. We'll send him
But
round.
more importantly, is that CSP paint on Lewis's car?
It does look like it.
It's lovely.
Yep, it's pretty sexy. Let's back him up, and we'll get him sending again. Gentlemen, if you could back up so that you're both behind the... Oh, actually, sorry, I take that back. You are actually behind the line. I take that back. Apologies.
Yeah.
So, just going to double check. Yep, that I'm happy with. So, Jamie Healy to chase. Lewis Winstanley to lead in 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, Lewis off the line. That S14 is incredibly rapid off the line as Lewis sends it down. Look at the gap he's opened up from Jamie. This is Jamie to lose now, though, as he comes firing in. We have already given an advantage to him coming around here, and he's managing to keep up so far with that little S14. That car very, very fast. Big, snappy transition from Lewis. This is one of the most dynamic runs we've seen so far this evening, but Jamie's holding it off, doing just enough to keep that proximity. This transition is going to be crucial. Can Jamie hold it together to finish off the run and across the line? Both guys keeping it on track. Now that is a battle. That's one of the best, most aggressive battles we've seen all night. Christopher, do you see anything there that overturns what we saw in the first run?
No, it's very evenly matched.
Do we consider the contact into the first corner to be Lewis's fault, or do we consider it Jamie's fault?
I think Lewis was a bit giddy because his car is faster.
Yep, okay, and into the decel zone in at the end of 4, your thoughts?
I think same again.
Same again. Okay, well in that case, we actually have a winner. I will go and announce it to the chaps.
Hello,
gentlemen, that battle for us all hinged on who was to blame for the contact in the first run. Chris and I have discussed it. Based on the track map, a reminder that there is a small decel permitted on initiation to get the car rotated to angle, and that at the end of 4 there is a legitimate slowdown to come into the infield. With that in mind, using that track map as the defining feature, we deemed Lewis Winstanley to be at fault for over-aggression in those zones. Jamie Healy advances to the Great 8.
Nice run, Lewis.
But I've got to tell you as well, that was my favourite battle. The second half of that was my favourite battle of the night so far, because both of those cars just moved so beautifully. It was properly aggressive, fast, really fun to watch. I enjoyed that a lot. So, Lewis, I think that is your car. You're definitely used to it now. You just need to get it dialed in so that you can hold back behind people when you're in the chase position rather than going maximum kamikaze.
Yeah.
That thing's fast.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I've just realised I'm not on next. Out of the ring.
We literally spoke about it earlier. We said we're going to lose because one of us is going to go over aggressive. And, that's exactly
what happened. That's exactly what happened. I've been looking forward to that fight between the two of you all night because I know both of those cars are very similar.
It's just frustrating because Jamie's not done that on initiation, and he did it enough.
It happens.
Because our cars are so similar. If he steps off, I can't catch him.
we're gonna work out how to get that car dialed in for you, Lewis, because I think that's definitely your car. That's the best your driving's looked in any of the competition events so far. So, well done with that. Let's move on. Alexander Yegard is going to lead in Ryan Sider.
Oh, I am up. Oh.
You are up.
That's even more embarrassing than thinking I was up and I wasn't.
So Ryan, you will chase first. Alexander Yegard to lead. Alex Yegard was driving a few weeks ago. He was in the Mustang. I thought we might end up with another all-Mustang battle here, but we are not going to. Alex Yegard is a traitor, dirty traitor. Has gone back to the 13.5. That is the car he has chosen for this evening. He will lead in Ryan Sider, who is in the Mustang. This is about 1,800 horsepower combined on track this evening. We will see how this goes for all of them. You guys, we're now coming into the latter half of the top 16 shortly, so this is getting a little bit more interesting. We're starting to get to the sharp end of things here. I know it's 10:30 in the UK and 11:30 in Europe, but we are making progress. Let's get this going. Ryan Sider to chase in Alexander Yegard in 3, 2, 1, go. Another clean launch from these guys. No one's hit these cones yet today. This has been really good. As Ryan comes screaming in, we know that Mustang's very, very fast. Is he going to be able to hold it? Look at that surge up onto the rear quarter of Alexander Jaeger, just using that Mustang brute force and his giant size to keep that momentum going. This transition is going to be crucial. Is Ryan going to be able to... A little bit of a slow down there, but the straighten up. But he's now back up onto the door. This is the straighten up through here into this D-cell section, nicely held by Ryan. This transition crucial now as well as we go through here and across the line. Chris?
Yes.
Thoughts on that, please?
A little bit of a straighten from Ryan and a little bit of a nudge at clip 5, but it didn't seem to affect Alexander's line much, so...
For me,
yeah, minor mark.
The aggression for the chase, where he surged everywhere mid-corner, made up for the contact and for the fact he straight-lined, not straight-lined, he didn't straight-line, but shallow angle to keep proximity through too.
Yeah,
I know the Mustang can overlang, but I didn't consider that an error, I just consider it a very shallow transition to ensure the proximity coming into 3 and 4. So for me, personally, and you, obviously, we might disagree on this, for me personally, I actually think Ryan had a slight advantage from that, because even in the slowdown, the contact was so minimal it didn't really disrupt Alexander Jaeger.
Yeah, if it is an advantage, it's a 6-4.
Okay, let's get him started. Thank you, gentlemen. Second half in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line here, it's either a 5-5 or a 6-4 as they come screaming down. Ryan in that lead position now, Ryan Sider with that big Mustang. Is he going to be able to hold it out of the wall? He's been his own worst enemy on most recent battles, but Alexander Jaeger looking like he got gapped a bit there. Ryan running that wall beautifully all the way round. That's not a dissimilar angle from Ryan there, but he doesn't quite make it into 3 as cleanly. But Alex Jaeger is right with him all the way round. Look at the pressure that Alexander Jaeger's putting on there. That is a fantastic chase run. That's putting the pressure on, but losing a little bit of ground through that final transition and across the line. Chris? Lead
For
to lead.
me, Alex's chase run was a little bit better. A little bit cleaner, but it still had all the aggression.
See, I don't know if I agree, because I think it was up until clip 5, and then actually the gap opened up that just wasn't there from the first run, but he held it back better. If anything, I think it was 6-4 to Ryan in the first run and 6-4 to Alex in the second run. I think I want to see them one more time.
I can agree with that.
Let's send them again.
Yeah.
Let's rerun the fun. Here we go. Gentlemen, we gave an advantage to chase drivers in both runs by not even really varying degrees, and the lead runs we marked pretty much the same. We have come out to a one more time. Please get fresh tyres, rerun the fun on this one.
Ben, can you hear me?
I can now hear you.
Okay, that's good. Just checking that this wasn't muted.
You are not muted. You are live. So, Ryan will lead in first. Will chase in first. Alexander Jaeger will lead. Let's see what I think of that. 13.5 has them quick shifts. The reason why I went from the 15 is the shifting time on the 15 is a lot longer. I know we're talking about milliseconds, but it's enough to knock up consistent shift ups for me. So Serby was finding that the 15 wasn't shifting how he wanted. That's how he lost that. Right, let's rerun this top 16 battle. Let's get them going. Ryan Sider in the chase position. Alexander Jaeger in the lead in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, it is Ryan in the chase position in that Sider's estate management car, that V8 Mustang singing. Look at the proximity as he gets onto that initiation. Oh no! And Alexander Jaeger has had an independent error, puts it in the wall by himself there, feeling the pressure from that big Mustang. Here is that transition where Ryan was not quite as aggressive last time, but he's got that dialed in now, holding that angle off so that he can gain that proximity. The slowdown was crucial, but it's maybe not as crucial this time after that independent error in the first bit. Now's the transition. Look at Ryan there. That's the big difference that we saw from the first run. Ryan able to keep that proximity through 6 as well. Chris, could you see anything there to account for that error?
No.
I couldn't either. Thank you, gentlemen. Back round to the start. Let's get this second half of this battle going. Second half of this one more time. Alexander Jaeger to chase in Ryan Sider 13.5 versus Mustang in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, it's another clean getaway from both drivers. Here they are, Ryan Sider in that big car out in the lead position this time. Is he going to be able to hold it? Not quite as cleanly up into that outside clip, but Alexander Jaegard knows he's made a mistake. Look at the pressure he's putting on. That is absolutely fantastic driving in that chase position. Is he going to be able to hold it all the way through here? Yes, he is. Look at that. But that's a contact definitely from Alexander Jaegard there. Do we think that he was at fault, or was Ryan losing too much speed? Chris Ennis.
I am just going back.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same. Let's watch that one more time. Oh, I was at it. Here we go. This is what we're seeing. I think Ryan was on full throttle there.
Hang on.
I don't see the brake lights on the car. And I don't see a change in the smoke trail. Oh, maybe I do see a change in the smoke trail.
Yeah. I don't know if I can see smoke.
Oh, he's on the power into clip 4. Sorry, into clip 3. He's on the power there. Then he lifts off, and then there's a moment where he gets back on the power and he feathers it and lifts and then feathers again. And it's just as he lifts to stop it from running wide that Alexander Jaegard hits him.
Yeah. And it's not a slowing area, is it?
It's not, no.
Are we classing it as slowing because it wasn't excessive angle, or he wasn't on either brake?
He's definitely off throttle, but it's floating in.
Yeah.
But that is a section where that should really be allowed a little bit of adjustment to get into that outside edge.
That's what I'm thinking. Is it more adjustment of line than? Because I mean, it's not a massive slow.
But it is an area where he has historically been on throttle.
Yes.
He's been on throttle through there all the time before.
Yeah.
I think that is independent errors again. I don't think Ryan was on throttle the way he has been when he's been going through that section before.
No, you see, I don't like taking previous runs into account, really, but I do get what you're saying. I don't think it was enough of a slow to warrant the contact.
See, I'm inclined to say that it was. I think Ryan was at fault for that contact. I don't think he's on throttle in an area of the track where he should be on throttle. You can make small adjustments there, but you can see from that replay that he is absolutely not bang. He should be on power through there, and he's not. He's feathering to try and stop the car going wide, which means that he got the transition wrong coming through 2 into 3. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, he picked up too much speed coming through 3.
Yeah, and had to back out
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he'd have made it, but as you say, he did have to lift.
Which means an independent error in both halves. So we've
Does that mean
got.
we get to do it again?
We get to do it again. Right, chaps. If you've been watching the stream, you'll know I went back. We got super clinical with this. We were the crucial thing here was an independent error from Oliver Eppinger in the first run. From Alexander Jaegard in the first run. And then whether he was also at fault in the second run, or whether Ryan was at fault in the second run. Now we've gone back, both Chris and I have rewatched the replay 4 or 5 times now, and from what we can see, because we keep the smoke setting on high so that we can immediately see when the cars are on throttle, it looks to us like Ryan is off throttle between 3 and 4 when the contact happens. Now that is a full throttle section of the track. There is no reason other than a driver error between 2 and 3 to not be on power in that section, which means that in the second run we deem Ryan to be at fault for that contact. As a result, you each have a 0 for each run. You're going a third time. So, fresh tyres, line them up, we're going to get a winner. I don't know if Ryan's accidentally muted himself again.
Oh no, I'm here.
Okay. The concentration is real.
Did you carry a bit too much speed through 3 then, Ryan?
It was 100% flat out. I wish I would have clipped it because you would have seen the throttle pedal, but that's alright. I'll go again.
Stream. Anyone saying anything in on there? So we've got Brandon is the king. Server has very big ping. Jaeger drive door to door was laggy and crash. Simple. Martinez, I don't think it's that simple. Martinez, we went back and rewatched it. It's it looked pretty balanced from our point of view. I understand what you're saying, but we're trying to make this as fair as possible. That's what we saw in the judging position. So we're gonna send it one more time. It looked on our stream like Ryan was off throttle. What I'm probably gonna have to do is start to bring up the lead cars throttle trace in future, but we haven't done that for now. Let's send them one more time. We want a winner this time. Let's see who goes through. Is it going to be Ryan or is it going to be Alexander Jaeger? In 3, 2, 1, go. Off the line. Ryan coming on that throttle now. Here we go. Alexander Jaeger coming down to the initiation point. Let's see if we get a clean run here. Is Alexander Jaeger going to put it in the wall again? No, he's not. Ryan surging up there, then having to drop back. That looks pretty good there. Nicely settled in on that left foot brake. Here's the transition. This is where Alex has been historically opening up a bit of ground. He's on the throttle there. Nice from Ryan, surging up. Good angle from Alexander Jaeger there, coming into that position. Nice, clean transition from Ryan, absolutely tucked under the bumper. That was spectacular in the chase position. So making up, in my opinion, making up for that that slight gap on the first corner with that incredible proximity in the latter half of the track. Chris, your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly that. It was a lovely chase run. As you say, a little bit of a gap on the first corner, but he soon made it up and he stuck there.
And that
last
aggression
transition was
just beautiful. Yeah, for me, that gives a slight advantage to Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1, go. Ryan lights it up off the line. He wants to get the jump. Look at that Mustang leap off into the distance. Absolutely flying. He's got it hooked up there. He's on a nice outside line all the way through that clipping point. Massaging it, managing to stay in it there. But Alexander Jaeger's right up onto his door. Here's the transition. Ryan's on that throttle. Alexander Jaeger dropping back through here, but now surging up onto Ryan's door. Now Ryan wrapping it in. Look at that angle there. This is going to be crucial. We've seen a couple of bits of contact there from Alexander Jaeger as they come across the line. That, for me, I have a winner. Christopher, how about you?
Yes.
Okay. Christopher, your winner.
For me, it's Ryan.
And for me, it's Ryan. For me, that lead versus lead, that lead was just clinical from Ryan. Alexander Jaeger was just a little bit too aggressive going into that last section. Coming through 5, Ryan was on the power. Alexander was banging into him. That was causing the problem. And then that transition at the end, Ryan's was clinical in his chase position, and Alexander Jaeger just didn't have it.
Yep.
We have a winner. Gentlemen, well done. That was absolutely cracking. One of the best battles we've seen. I enjoyed every single part of that. However, Chris and I are unanimous on the way that we think that has played out, due to a tiny amount of over-aggression in the chase and due to some seriously aggressive chase driving that didn't have the over-aggression from the other driver. We have determined Ryan Sider to be the winner. Ryan advances through to the Great 8. Alexander Jaeger, absolutely cracking driving from both of you. The first time we've had to go to that many one more times in this year so far, so really well done. Ryan, who will you face? Is it Paddy Walls, who will lead first, or Shay McCullough in the chase position? That is where we're at. Shay versus Paddy. Thank you. To the line, please. Let's get this going. So, what are they saying on the chats? Brandon is the king. That's still the last thing said. We've got 37 people watching on there. Anyone on the multi-stream? That's looking good. Right, guys. So, this is the last battle from this half of the top 16. This left-hand side of the tree. Let's see what's going to happen here as these two Irishmen face off. The young Irishman. This is the future of virtual drifting here. Both of these guys young and aggressive. Paddy leading first. Cormac in the chase position. In 3, 2, 1, go. Cormac off the line in the chase position in that Driftworks R32 replica with the 1.5 JZ under the bonnet. Definitely a power disadvantage for Cormac there, but as there's already contact going into that section. Chris and I will have to go back and watch that again in a second. Watch for who we think's at fault there as they come firing through. Cormac trying to get that proximity back. Now up onto the door there as Paddy throws angle at it with that 13.5. All of those horses galloping for Paddy there as he goes through the transition back on the power and across the line. Right, Chris, I'm going back to watch that initiation.
Yes.
That looks to me, and I'm watching it here, coming off the line now, Cormac in the chase position. Paddy goes for that initiation, and it looks to me like he initiates and then slows down again coming past the Tsujigiri banner, like a double initiation there. Initiates, then slows down further, and that's outside of the slowdown for me.
Hang on, I'm trying. The replay's good, but the slider's awkward.
Yeah, I just use double tap to move backwards and forwards. Has Brandon's top 16 battle happened yet? No, Daniel, it hasn't. I'm in the chase. Whoa, down with some in the comp. Cormac's there. What am I missing? It's Shay. Sorry, Cormac. You're right, it's Shay McCullough in the chase. I apologise. I'm looking at too many names and my brain is fried and I've run out of coffee and I'm making mistakes, so that's my fault. I apologise. Right.
Yeah, who was in the lead?
Paddy was in the lead.
Yeah, I think Paddy thought he was going to go into the wall, so he lifted and slowed right down.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake in the lead position as well. All right, so we have fault assigned. We're going to move on, get these guys going. Thank you, gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, that's a clean initiation there from Shay in the lead position. Slightly scrappy from Paddy coming around there, but now we come into this power alley. This is a chance for that 13.5 to use all of that power. Oh no, as Paddy puts it in the wall independently. If we hadn't assigned blame already, that would definitely have made for a decision for us there, because I can't see anything at all wrong with what Shay's doing in that lead position. Chris, could you see any slowdown from Shay that might have caused that error?
No, that was a nice lead run.
SR20 has followed. Oh, SR20 soon to blow up. Yeah, so for me, I have an easy win from that for Shay. Yourself?
Yep.
Okay. That then means that we have the first half of the battle tree decided. I will go and give them that announcement now. If you could round up the next guys on the battle tree, please.
I am on.
Gentlemen, we have a winner. We have gone through and decided blame in both instances of the contact and the collision with the wall. And unfortunately for Paddy, we have given that to Shay McCullough, who will advance through to the Great 8. Good driving by Paddy. Well done to get through to the top 16 this time round. I think you've got a lot to offer, so please do keep on coming back. Just that mistake, we assigned blame on that first contact, Paddy, just so you know. It looked to us on the stream like you had a double initiation, had to back out and then basically get back on it again, going up into the wall. That's what we considered to be the cause of the contact with Shay in the chase, and then it looked like you put it in the wall independently from our point of view. in your chase position, and that's how we've assigned it. So, moving on.
Paddy, well done.
Well done, Paddy. Thank you for coming. Moving on to the next half of it so that you guys can see how the bracket has shaped up so far. This is where we are at. We currently have Anestus Jakubilis versus Jamie Healy. Ryan Sider versus Shay McCullough. That is the first half of our Great 8, all shaped up there. Next on the top 16, and I want all 8 of these drivers onto the server, please. Martinez Ostraka, Vakaris Aliukas, Abdullah Abba Hussein, Oliver Eppinger, Lucas Patinskas, Warren Greener, Brandon Hogarth, and Harry Fox. That is the remaining set of battles for our top 16. That's what we want to see next. So first battle is Martinez Ostraka to lead in Vakaris Aliukas. Let's see those guys up to the line, please. SR20, damn, I'm still healthy. This is some good runs here. Oh no, a poor SR20. An SR20 has arrived. We will shortly be saying hello to some kind of piston. Someone's even said it. Rodney is coming to say hi. Yes, yes, absolutely. We all know. Hello, Rodney, through the side of an SR20. I'm a big SR20 fan. I run an SR20 myself, so I've just basically insulted myself massively. But yes, welcome along. Thank you for the follow. Let's get this battle underway. It is Martinez Ostraka to lead in Vakaris Aliukas. Vakaris Aliukas in the chase position. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come cleanly off the line, Vakaris Aliukas in the chase position there as they come firing into that initiation. Martinez Ostraka in that E36 V8 powering around the outside, using that power to get away from that very, very fast car of Vakaris Aliukas. Martin is going through this transition. Big flick. Look at him getting on the power there. Absolutely dialed in. That's a cracking lead line. Oh, and there's contact there as we come into this inside section from that chase position. That looked to me like that was apportioning blame to Vakaris. Chris, who do you have at fault for that contact?
Yes. Vakaris.
Vakaris in the chase?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Back round to the start. Okay. Second half of this battle. V8 supercharged E36 versus RB28 S13.5 in 3, 2, 1, go. Vakaris Aliukas is getting the jump off the start there, trying to make sure that he gets away into this initiation. Good, clean initiation. Look at that E36 trying to put the pressure onto Vakaris. This is a level of aggression that we weren't expecting to see, and this E36 looking much faster than it has in other rounds. Really diving in now through into 4. Here's the slowdown section. Is he going to be able to hold it together? Yes, that is very, very nice from both drivers. That transition, look at the aggression there as they go through that transition. And Martinez Ostraka absolutely bringing the fight to Vakaris Aliukas. Look at that battle. Jeez, Christopher, do you have a winner?
I do.
Who is your winner in this situation, please?
Martinez.
Martinez Ostraka is my winner as well. I will announce that. Gentlemen, a fantastic battle. We enjoyed that hugely. Looking at lead versus lead and chase versus chase, however, we have been able to come up with a winner. And in this instance, Martinez Ostraka advances on to the Great 8. Vakaris losing out just from a couple of minor errors there. Great battle from both guys, seriously aggressive. We enjoyed that a lot. Who will Martinez Ostraka be facing? Is it Abdullah Abba Hussein or is it Oliver Eppinger? That is our next battle. To the line, please. Oliver Eppinger to chase first. Abdullah Abba Hussein to lead. Oh, somehow we've ended up with a battle of red S14s. Sorry, S13.5s. I love it when this happens, because you know the red car's going to win. Oliver Epping in the chase position. Coming up to the line, warming up the tyres there. Abdullah Abu Hussein in the lead. You guys can come forward a bit. You're not quite on the line there. Bring myself around so I can see. Yep, that is acceptable. Thank you very much. Abdullah Abu Hussein to lead. Oliver Eppinger to chase. In 3, 2, 1, go. And they are cleanly off the line. Both of these red S13.5s, identical power, identical spec, but probably slightly different setups. These guys have different styles, as Abdullah Abu Hussein absolutely right out on the wall there. A little bit of a wobble from him, but contact then as they come onto the exit from that clip 1. Abdullah Abu Hussein firing it backwards. We're going to have to apportion blame here as Oliver Eppinger goes surging up onto that inside edge. Here they are coming into that inside clip. In clip 5, here's the transition. Abdullah Abu Hussein having that bit of a slowdown before that flick, but making it cleanly across the line. Oliver Eppinger in the chase position. Chris.
Yes.
Who did you have at fault in those runs, please?
I'm just going to watch the replay again.
Yeah, I think that's probably not a bad shout. I want to see who was at fault in that very first contact in clip 1. This is the thing. It looks to me like Oliver Eppinger gets caught low down the bank. There's a little bit of a straighten from Abdullah Abu Hussein, but then he angles up, and he's perfectly entitled to angle up there coming out of clip 1. That to me looks like Oliver Eppinger was going in way too hot. But Abdullah Abu Hussein then has a wobble coming in through clip 4 that causes Oliver Eppinger to close up, and then it looks like he checks up a little bit hard going between 5 and 6. That's what I'm seeing on that replay there. How about yourself?
Yeah, Oliver's chase wasn't the best, and I think the contact was his fault.
Yep. But it wasn't a great lead. For me, some of the wobbles in the lead position mean that it's not a big advantage, even though there was a contact there, and even though Oliver Eppinger was having a wobble low down on the bank. For me, that's only a 6-4 advantage to Abdullah Abu Hussein.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest lead, but the contact was definitely the chase car's fault.
Okay, let's send them. Abdullah Abu Hussein to chase in. Oliver Eppinger in 3, 2, 1, go. Both cars coming cleanly off the line there. Abdullah Abu Hussein trying to make up for that lead run. Wasn't his best. We've seen great lead runs from Abdullah Abu Hussein over the last couple of weeks as they slot in. Oh, a bit of a wobble in the chase position from Abdullah Abu Hussein, but look at Oliver Eppinger on an absolute tear here. He's definitely got the grip dialed in on that car as Abdullah Abu Hussein dives up the inside, desperately keeping the angle off, trying to close up onto that door. Contact there as they come through 5. Then there's a straighten, it looks like to me, as Abdullah Abu Hussein tries to bring the fight to Oliver Eppinger across the line. Chris has the metronome for this for you, swung back the other way. This is the pendulum swing.
Yes. And I think
please.
it swung a bit further. That was a lovely lead from Oliver. Definitely a better lead than Abdullah's.
Yep, I agree.
The chase run, I think even with the contact, Oliver's chase run was slightly better as well.
I think it was the proximity for me. There was just so much more proximity from Oliver Eppinger. I think that car is just set up way better, and they are identical cars. You know, there's no reason to have that kind of gap. Abdullah Abu Hussein, his run was nice in the lead. I thought it was a clean lead, but it wasn't without a couple of errors. If I go lead versus lead, Oliver Eppinger absolutely has the advantage. If I go chase versus chase, I think the aggression, we gave a slight disadvantage to Oliver in the chase position in the first run, but I think that I would give a bigger disadvantage to Abdullah Abu Hussein. That dive, he missed 3 completely with the transition and the dive to try and get into 4, and that's where I give that battle to Oliver, was in that position there.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Gentlemen, we have a winner, having decided, watching lead versus lead, chase versus chase, having gone back and assigned blame on the various contacts, and then also used that to determine whether we thought it was a major or a minor infraction. We have decided, based on the 2 runs that we have just seen, that Oliver Effinger gets the win and will advance on to the Great 8. Abdullah Al Hussein, we thought that was a fantastic bit of driving in the lead. Despite the contact, you managed to hold on to it, but there was an error later on in your lead position that we marked down, coming slightly shallow up onto clip 4, and then a bit of a check-up between 5 and 6. So we ranked lead versus lead in advantage for Oliver Eppinger there, and in the chase position, sadly, although he had a mistake, Oliver, in the chase position where he made contact and was low down the bank, we thought that that was overturned by the gap that was created, and then the big dive between 3 and 4, where Abdullah Abu Hussein, you missed out on that clip 3 completely and ended up very shallow into 4. That's how we reached that decision. If you want to watch it back, obviously you can watch it back on the stream, but that was fantastic driving from both guys.
Yeah, sure, I'll keep watching.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you again next week. But that means Oliver Eppinger will take on Martinez Ostreka in this first right-hand tree battle for the Great 8. Let's get down to the lower part. It is Lucas Patinskas to lead in Warren Greener, and then Brandon Hogarth versus Harry Fox. This is a very interesting end to this battle tree. Lucas Patinskas to lead in Warren Greener. The RX V8 of Warren Greener looking pretty quick today. Let's see how things shape up as they come through into this battle. It is V8 versus V8. Big old Mustang versus that little RX8. Let's see what happens in 3, 2, 1, go. Another clean getaway, it looks like. Yes, it is, as that V8 of the Mustang in the lead position. Lucas Patinskas lights it up, but Warren Greener is right there. Warren G pulling that power down on that RX V8. Nice proximity all the way around the bank there. Here's the transition. This is going to be crucial. He centre punts a bit. In fact, that was actually a wheel off, definitely. That was the left-hand side of his car that hit that clip. So that was a too aggressive on that change through there. So we'll have to mark that down. But the aggression from the rest of the run is fantastic. That little V8 keeping up nicely with the big old powerhouse of the Mustang as they come through. Lucas Patinskas versus Warren G. Chris, do you have an advantage from that run? Can you care to tell us who it is?
I have nothing to add to what you said, really.
So for me, I'm gonna, even though Warren had that error in the chase position where he definitely was at least one wheel off too far to the inside of clip 2, the aggression overall gives him a slight advantage for me.
Maybe a 5.5.
Yeah, but it is really slight because of that
yeah.
error. If he hadn't had that error, it would have been a big advantage, but that counted as wheels dropped. Paul Benno, thank you for the follow. Matthew Fry, thank you for the follow. Nicola 9 Hanley, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the view so far. Let's get these guys into the second half of the battle. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's get you sent in 3, 2, 1, go. And as they come off the line, Lucas Patinskas in the Mustang chasing in Warren Greener in that V8 powered RX8. Lucas Patinskas coming well down the track there, trying to keep that proximity as Warren Green keeps it right up on the wall. Here's the transition. This is going to be crucial. Is Lucas going to hold it? Yes, he is. Warren right out to the wall there. Is he going to hold it on track? Yes, he is. A little bit of a check-up slightly early on, but Lucas Patinskas not able to stay in the battle with that RX V8. Look at that little car go. Beautifully piloted by Warren Greener across the line. Chris, did you see anything there that overturns that very slight advantage from the first run?
I didn't.
I did not either. Do we have a winner?
Well, it means we've got a winner then.
Okay, we're agreed. And Warren Greener is our winner, yes?
Yes.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have come to a unanimous decision based on what we have just seen. That lead versus lead, chase versus chase, and Warren Greener gets the win and will advance on to the Great 8. Lucas Patinskas sadly knocked out. Some fantastic driving with that big V8 Mustang. Really well done this week, and hopefully we will see you again next week.
GG, Lucas.
Darkslayer9182, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Hope you're enjoying this as well. Let's get this next one started. So, the last battle of our top 16, Brandon Hogarth versus Harry Fox. This one is to take the last place in the Great 8. Not the last place, that's a bad way of saying it. The final place in our Great 8. Who will fight Warren Greener for that position in the top 4? Let's find out. Brandon Hogarth to lead first. Harry Fox to chase. That big V8 Mustang of Harry Fox. He's moved across to that car over the last 2 weeks, been starting to get it dialed in using that Hush livery. The guys from Hush starting to come to the server regularly. Thank you for coming along, guys. Brandon Hogarth in that fluoro luminescent bright pink S15. He's moved to that car this week, starting to get it dialed in, got a nice setup. Both of these guys very fast when they get it right. Let's see. Is this going to be a battle for the ages? Is it all going to horribly wrong? Let's find out in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Brandon Hogarth in the lead, Harry Fox in the chase. We know that Harry Fox has got some good fans here. We also got Brandon's got some fans here as well as they initiate. It's a wobble from Brandon. Is Harry going to be able to hold it in that chase position? Yes, he is. Brandon right out onto that outside line though now as they come down into this power alley, going through 2. Good transition from Brandon right along the wall there. That's one of the most aggressive we've seen. Just a wheel drop there, though, causing Harry to have to check up as they come through into the infield now. This is the transition that's going to be crucial. That big old Mustang sticking it to the rear quarter of that S15. Chris, tell me your thinkings. Tell me your musings. What are your thoughts, please?
From my camera angle, I don't think that was quite a wheel drop. I think he was on the line.
I think he dropped the rear right.
Over.
I think he dropped the rear right. I think it was a single wheel drop, and the rear left railed its way around that outside line. I'm just going to watch it back on my camera angle here on the replay. So I'm watching that transition. I think there was an error from Brandon in the lead position going through clip 1. Yeah, he was right on the outside edge. That's a single wheel drop, so it's a minor. But for me, that's 2 minors on that run to Brandon.
Harry did very well to not be phased by what was going on in front of him and not make any mistakes in his chase run.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we're giving a slight advantage to Harry?
Yeah, it needs to be a 6-4 at least. That.
Okay, let's get him going. Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. Second half of this battle. Brandon Hogarth to chase in. Harry Fox in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Harry Fox in that lead position, Brandon Hogarth in the chase. Harry Fox slowly getting through that chicane, didn't want to make the contact, didn't want to take that strike. Both getting initiated, but it looks like Brandon might have over-rotated it on the way in. Oh no, he's had to reinitiate as they come round here onto the power alley. That's it, through the transition now. Big flick now as they come down in, but it looks like Brandon's pulled out. Oh, Brandon has pulled out as Harry goes on round into the infield. He's got to finish this run off. Yes, he does. That is a real shame. I had a lot of hope for this battle, but Brandon has just thrown it away all on his own. That is a shame. Chris, anything you saw there from Harry to cause that error?
Nothing, no. No, Brandon did the same in the chase as he did in the lead, I think. Yep. I think it's more to do with his car setup.
I shall go and render our verdict. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The last battle of our top 16 sadly can only go one way due to multiple errors from one of the drivers involved. We have Harry Fox as the winner, advancing on to the Great 8. Brandon looking much stronger this week. Good going this week, man. Hopefully you'll get a bit more practice in next week and you're feeling a bit more confident, so we can get a full pull through there from you as well. Harry looking nicely settled that time round, really getting more dialed into it. Well done to both drivers. Let me show you guys on the stream how that means our bracket has shaped up. It looks like this. Our Great 8. Anestus Jacoubelis versus Jamie Healy. Ryan Sider versus Shay McCullough. Martinus Straker versus Oliver Eppinger. And Warren Greener versus Harry Fox. All 8 of those drivers to the start line, please, or rather to the server, please. I'm going to send you guys to a break again on the Twitch, because if I don't send you onto the Twitch for a second, onto a break, I'm going to whittle myself all over my simulator seat. So I need to do that, and we'll be right back very, very shortly. Give us just a couple of seconds here. For those of you who are staying with us on the other streams, you'll be with us very, very shortly. We're just going to send those guys across to a quick break, and then we'll get straight into our Grade 8 and all the way through to the final as soon as we come back.
Brilliant runs, mate. That was a really good battle. You alright, Ryan?
We've arrived.
Are we?
I think we'll have time to eat them. Yes! Encrypted! Sorry.
You're not getting ready for your battle.
Lad, I'm eating a garlic cheese chip and trying to encrypt my car. Calm down.
Stop, you're making me hungry.
How does garlic make me feel sick? No, continue eating.
Just eat it after your battle, you gobshite.
No, it's gonna be cold after my battle.
Battle lasts like 3 to 4 minutes.
He's gonna get greased over his steering wheel and... Oh.
I'm putting the gloves on.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, greasy gloves.
Helps if I turn my mic back on. Hello, welcome back everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. I managed to make it to the loo without weeing myself all over my simulator. That's a major bonus. We are going to move straight on into the Grade 8.
Jesus.
Brandon has just put up a message saying that he pulled his wheel off the desk. That's not the one, dude. That's not how you do it. That is a mechanical failure, all of your own making. You need to clamp that shit down real hard. Let's see how we do as we move on into the Grade 8. Getting into the sharp end of stuff now. So, I'll check that Chris Ennis is back.
Yes.
Excellent. I'll move you down into the other chat.
Let's make this quick so I can go back to eating my garlic cheese chip.
Man, that sounds amazing. Why do I not have garlic cheese chip?
Well, you could make it quick yourself. Just eat yourself into the wall or do a gentleman's 360. One of the two.
A gentleman's 360. For those of you who weren't watching the last few weeks, whenever there was a problem and someone had made an error, then the other guy wanted to take it one more time or to give it away, they just did a gentleman's 360 and threw the battle out of the window. It was both the most pleasant and most frustrating thing I think I've ever seen in competitive drifting. Brilliant. So, we should have Anestus versus Jamie Healy. This is what we want. Jamie Healy to chase in first. Anestus to lead.
Stick him, Jamie.
Come on, Jamie. You got to be on the server to play the game.
I know.
Here, give him a second. He's eating his garlic chip.
I know, he's got garlic keyboard.
It's just, I have the gloves on, so... Wait, no, I'm not eating with the gloves on.
Everything you've just described is absolutely scabby and you are a disgusting human being. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck, boys.
Come on, guys. Let's get going.
Alright, I'm in there. Here we go. I'm coming.
It's upsetting for everyone that you have to announce that you're in.
Shame, innit?
Right. Jamie Healy in the 2J powered S15 on that Hyper Knuckle front end from Retro Speed Shop, one of our sponsors, up against Anestus Jakulis, who is in that Wisefab Spect V8 powered GT86. Big thanks to all of our supporters: Retro Speed Shop, Fiber Factory, Eclipse Motorsport, Grams, Accelera, and What Would Dango Do? All of these guys supporting us here, as well as all of our Patreons. Let's get you guys straight in to the Great 8. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, these massive powerhouse cars. Jamie Healy trying not to let Estes get that jump on him into there. We know that GT86 is real fast, but Jamie is reeling him in there. Oh, and a little wobble by Jamie just as he was starting to push up onto the door of Anestus. That car is absolutely dialed in. Look at that transition. Anestus flying through this section. Jamie trying to get the dive as Anestus massages that car out to the outside edge. Here we go into the inside clip on the infield now. Clip 5, Jamie reeling him in. He hasn't really managed to put a dent onto Anestus' lead there, but clean from both drivers. The only thing I saw there, Chris, was that slight wobble by Jamie coming through clip 1. What about yourself?
Yeah, and it was only very slight.
It was a small mistake, but was it enough to give Anestus the advantage going into the second half of the battle?
Tiny advantage.
A tiny advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
I think there was a bit more gap there than I would have liked to see. I know that 86 is fast, but I don't think Jamie's that much slower. I think if he hadn't had that wobble coming through the first corner, it would have been a closer battle, but that is enough of an error to lose him the advantage. So for me, it's a 6-4 to the lead. Let's see what happens in the second half. Here we go. Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. Anestus to chase. Jamie Healy to lead in 3, 2, 1, go. Another clean getaway. We haven't had any false starts so far tonight as they get powered through here. Jamie goes for that flick initiation, trying to get up onto the wall. Anestus surging up onto his door. Look at that from the GT86, but there's contact as they come through that first section. Who was at fault there? We'll have to come back to that and have a look in a second. As Jamie fires that car through, it's a big flick. Anestus just over-rotating and then having to straighten up a little bit, but now look at that car surge forward. He has got all of that grip dialed in, but Jamie has not put a foot wrong in this lead position. Lead versus lead and chase versus chase is what this is going to come down to as they come across the line. So I'm going straight back, Chris. I don't know about you. I want to see who was at fault for that contact in the first run. That looked to me like Anestus went massive over send and he was able to then get back into it. He did cause the contact, but it didn't affect the run. That's what I just saw there. Thoughts?
Yes. Yeah, they're just about to set off on mine, so we'll watch them again.
On the chat, Sandra, Anestus is killing it. You can do it. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Surrendra there, clearly supporting Anestus on this run through here. Let's see what Chris says once we've done this.
Yeah, I can't see that Jamie really did anything wrong there.
No, and it didn't look like a lag bump to me. It just looked like Anestus was trying to go maximum send. So here's the question. Does that bump undo the rest of the aggression in that chase position?
Ooh. Ooh.
Because there wasn't enough of a bump there in my eyes for that to be a problem for the guy in the chase position.
It didn't affect anyone, did it?
No. It was definite over-aggression, but it was only a minor contact. And I think Jamie's error in the chase was bigger. Lead versus lead, I think they were pretty much the same.
If Jamie had had the error, then had the aggression and been on the door for the rest of the run, I think we'd have been going one more time.
Yeah, I agree. But as it is, I think we have a winner.
Yes.
Anestus?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Holy Ghost!
Gentlemen, that was very, very close to going one more time, but I can... Oh, good grief, as you guys go absolutely flying off in the background there. Yeah, I can tell you that we have decided on a winner. Having looked at both runs and knowing full well that there was an error from both drivers on that run in the chase position, when we looked at lead versus lead, we decided that they were pretty much exactly equal. Chase versus chase, however, one error resulted in a less successful chase run, and the other error had almost no impact at all. As a result, because his impact didn't have any real damage to the rest of the run and because the aggression was still there, we give the win to Assetto Corsa. He will go forward to the final 4. Jamie Healy, I'm afraid, knocked out in the Great 8. It's your best result so far, but because of that little wobble going through turn 1, if you haven't had that, I think we'd have been looking at it one more time, or maybe even you'll win. But that little wobble coming through turn 1 just gave it to Assetto, and the contact that he nudged into you on that first corner when he was chasing was not enough. Neither of you were impacted by it. It was not enough to overturn that outcome.
Yeah,
GG, man.
that's fair. Yeah, well
great
done.
battle.
Yeah.
Ryan Sider will now lead in Shay McCullough. That's where we're at, is the second half of this left-hand tree battle for the final 4. This is the Great 8. Ryan Sider to lead in Shay McCullough.
Why am I
Let's
always
go.
so far behind everybody else? What am I doing with my life? You have to give me a minute.
We have many questions about it, Ryan, but you are leading first, so...
Of course I am.
Of course you are. If you make it to the final 4, you won't be leading first. Shay McCullough to chase, Ryan Sider to lead. Asarendra will be very happy because Assetto is killing it tonight. He's all the way through to the final 4. We got the GT86 V8. That's the furthest that car's got so far in competition. That car is clearly very, very fast. Hopefully Steele get it dialed in as well. He's been having problems with his lead runs, but his chase runs have been very, very good with that car. It's just a rocket ship when it all gets dialed up. This is what we want to see, these guys pushing through. Whilst Ryan does his massive tyre warm-up, I shall continue to seductively eat this protein bar from Tasty with an I. It's
What's an I?
It's so tasty.
What's an I?
You're making me hungry in the middle of the night, man.
Yeah, it's not fair.
I know I make that look sexy. None of you'll need to message in. Don't at me.
Good luck, Shay.
Yeah,
right.
Good luck.
Shay McCullough to chase first. Ryan Sider to lead in 3, 2, 1, go. Do we have another clean getaway? Yes, we do. Ryan Sider absolutely nailing that, getting that Mustang moving. Look at the difference on the running. Ryan absolutely running away from Shay, but Shay using that that shallow low line to try and bring that proximity in. Look at the angle Ryan runs as it comes out of clip 1. That's huge. Back on the power here. Yet there's that Kaya. Absolutely smoking up, but Shay's pushing in. This is going to be crucial. Managing to bring that fight into the area once the slowdowns happen. Shay going through the transition now, diving up onto Ryan, but not quite got the proximity that we would have hoped from that transition. Chris, tell me your musings about that run.
Lovely lead from Ryan. The aggression was good from Shay, but it was a little bit too much around clip 5. It was a bit too much nudging. And then he sort of, because he'd done that, he lost out between 5 and 6. Ryan pulled a gap on him.
I can see that. For me, Shay knows he's in the slower car, coming off the line. Everyone knows by now that that Mustang is absolutely rapid off the line and into turn 1. And for me, Shay should have been launching on the 1, making sure Ryan didn't get away. There's no excuse these days to get left behind by that Mustang. Everyone knows it's fast. So to be that far down and have to shortcut the track that much counts as a driver error for me, because we all know the Mustang's fast.
Yeah.
I think the error into 5 was justifiable trying to get the surge back, but then because of that error, he wasn't able to maintain the proximity against 6. I give Ryan about a 7-3 advantage on that.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Another clean start this time. Shay absolutely sending it. Ryan going to have to rein that car in. This is the chance he's had. This is the first time he's going to be able to really throw away this battle, which is what he's been doing for the last few weeks. It's always been driver error that beats Ryan. It's very rarely other people. Is he going to be able to hang on to it through here? Good manoeuvring from Ryan. It's not quite as aggressive as we think that car could be, but he's bringing it in that restrained way. Will this overturn that first run? I don't know. This big transition here, pushing up onto Shay's door and across the line. Chris.
Yes.
Thoughts?
Shea was very low on the banking, only just in the clipping point. Ryan was more into 3 than Shea was. Really, it was a better line from Ryan in the chase position.
The problem I have is that Ryan was obviously very fast through the sections where he was fast in the lead anyway. I think that he knows that car, the 32, is fast through 3 and 4, and I think he should have done more to make up for it there. But I don't know if that chase was, and the aggression through 5 and 6 was amazing, and the proximity was great. I don't know if that chase was bad enough to overturn the 7-3 from the first run. I think that was probably 6-4
there was no
to
mistakes
Shea.
in the chase.
No, but I think Shea's lead wasn't perfect, but Ryan's chase could have been more aggressive. So I still give that as maybe a 5-5, 5-6-4 to Shea in that lead position.
But was Ryan holding back because the lead line wasn't brilliant?
Yeah, very possible. Either way, I think we have a winner.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sector
Gentlemen, we have a winner. We have decided, having looked at that although there were errors from both drivers when in the chase position, we give the victory from that battle to Ryan Sider, who advances through to the final 4 for the first time in 2021. Congratulations to both guys. Shea, I think you're looking great in that car. Definitely like you in the 32. A large part of that disadvantage was given because we all, by now, everyone knows the Mustang is fast off the line. And if you'd launched on the 1, I think you would have had him in both battles. But for us, that gap that went into turn 1 counted as a massive error against you, and because of that you were low down on the bank, and it was going to be a difficult one to overturn. So just so you know why that was there, that's why, something to work on for next time as we move
I've
straight
already
along.
apologised like a gentleman for that.
Oh no,
But
it was like sticking my finger in a gunshot wound with salt on it. That's what it was like.
Ooh, brutal. Right, let's move on. The other half of this tree, Martinez Ostraka to lead in Oliver Eppinger. This is what we want next. Oliver to chase, Martinez in the lead position, ready to go with that E36 in 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Martinez lighting up that E36 firing in here. This is going to be crucial. Look at that E36 on that outside line, but Oliver Epping is right there. That is beautifully mirrored from that chase position. Look at them coming around now into the transition. This is going to be crucial here. Is Martinez going to be able to hold on to that lead position, or is Oliver Eppinger going to push up onto his door? This is the slowdown. Look at Oliver Eppinger bringing that fight straight up onto the door of the E36. Oh, but there's a straighten. That is definitely an error in the chase position from Oliver Eppinger as they come across the line. Both of them tucked in. Christopher, your thoughts, please?
I would just like to watch the replay and just watch the initiation, because may have been too many changes of direction. It was 3 changes of direction. Apart from that, it was wasn't a bad lead. Where have you gone, Ben? Oh. Ben?
Oh, sorry, I got myself on mute while I was going to shut the door. That was my fault, sorry. So for me, I think that manoeuvre at the beginning there wasn't enough to overturn, that wasn't enough to cause a problem for Oliver Eppinger. I think it caused a slight. It does, but I think Oliver's straighten later on is probably more of a problem.
You see, I've watched it again. I don't think it's a straighten.
It's just very shallow.
Yes.
All right, let's send him and see what happens here, and then we'll talk about it more. Okay, thank you, chaps. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come off the line, Oliver Eppinger in the lead position. This is going to be a crucial one. He gets that flick initiation, but look at that. Martinez is right there, absolutely glued to the door. Is this going to be a run? Oh, Martinez gets in the wall. Oh, all of our other musings are going to be irrelevant unless something else drastic happens in this run here. Martinez pushing him out onto that corner. This is where it's all going to come down to. Is Oliver Eppinger going to be able to hold it together as they come through this final section? Yes, he is. Martinez surging up onto the door. That is it. And across the line, is that all she wrote? Chris, your thoughts?
Well, that made it easier, didn't it?
That did make it easy. There is no reason for that error. That is thrown away. I will go and tell them the outcome. Well, chaps, we thought we were going to have a really hard one with that. Not in a sexy way, but that was a really close battle with the exception of one major error that sadly means it can only go one way. With that punting it into the wall, Martinez Ostraka takes himself out of the running and Oliver Eppinger advances on to the final 4. Who will he face? This is the next big question as we send Warren Greener in the lead against Harry Fox. It's another all V8 battle. This is going to be crucial to see. In fact, it looks as though we're going to end up with 3, regardless of what happens, 3 of the final 4 are all in V8 powered cars this week. That's the first time we've ever had that it's got this far and the V8s have still been this heavily in the running. Who will lead into this battle? Is it going to be Warren Greener or a Harry Fox who takes the win? Harry Fox to chase first. Let's see. In that V8, the big old Mustang versus the agile little RX V8. Here we go. Warren Greener to lead, Harry Fox to chase. In 3. Just getting settled. In 3, 2, 1, go. As they come flying off the line, Harry Fox in that chase position. We know he's got a lot of support here. The guys for Warren as well out in support in the chat. Here we go, a big initiation from Harry, but he's had to back out and he's hit the wall. And it looks like Warren might have managed to gather that up completely all the way through. Harry back on it now, trying to reassert some dominance as it comes out into clip 4. Look at him surge up onto the door of that V8 powered RX-8 coming through into the infield section. Warren Greener looking really strong in that lead line, very fluid. Nice and quick as Harry drops a wheel across the line as well. This has not gone so well for Harry this week. Is he going to be able to overturn it with an absolutely outstanding lead? Chris, do you have an advantage issued from that battle?
I do, yes.
Who is it to, please?
It is to the RX-8.
Warren.
Warren, that's the one.
I have it the same. Let's get them going. Thank you, gentlemen. Swapping it round. Here we go. Warren Greener to lead, Harry Fox to chase. In 3, 2, 1, go. A nice clean start from both guys there as they come firing in. Warren Greener in the chase position, Harry Fox in the lead. Harry initiating, Warren initiating exactly the same time. Look at Warren G pushing up onto that rear quarter. This is an outstanding run by Warren. Is he going to be able to hold it all the way through? We know that Mustang's very fast through the transitions, just a little bit getting away, but Harry drops a wheel there coming into 4. Warren able to gather it all back up and they're right back on the door. Look at the extra angle from that Mustang, but Warren's with him all the way through and across the line. That's a cracking battle. Chris.
Yes. Warren for me.
Warren for you?
Yes. Doesn't need an explanation, does it?
I don't think it needs an explanation at all. That is easily
Which is a shame.
decidable. I think I will go and give them the result. Hugo had money on Fox. Shite. Yes, that is potentially how it's going to go. So, I'm just going to line this up so that we've got it. There isn't really much to discuss there, so let's get this saved and put up on the stream. That is all ready to go. Let's go tell them the result. Gentlemen, I can confirm that we have a winner, and with that we have the shape of the final four all mapped out, and the winner from this battle, knocking out Harry Fox, is Warren Greener, goes through to the final four. That means that our battle tree looks like this going forwards. As we come into the final four, we have Anestis Jakubelis versus Ryan Sider on one half of the bracket. Oliver Eppinger versus Warren Greener on the other half of the bracket. This is the final four. Everyone else who is not these four people, unless you are a spotter for one of these four people, please vacate the server, move across to the stream to watch the remainder of this battle. We're into the sharp end now. This is all going to start to get serious. The first battle, Anestis Jakubelis to lead in Ryan Sider. Let's see. It's V8 versus V8. GT86 versus the Giant Mustang. Are we going to have a clean battle, or will Ryan just drive over him and do Mustang things? We know that little GT86 is very fast. We know that this could be a great battle. Both of these guys have been looking on form this evening. Ryan Sider to chase in Anestis Jakubelis. This is our first battle of the final four. No advert breaks, no standing by. Chris and I don't need to pee. We're just going to roll straight on into it. Let's get this going. Cheddar Bob giving it the old GGs. Yeah, Harry's been looking good all night. It's such a shame there was just that little bit of an error there. Good job, Harry. Now I got to shave my head. Oh man, people are actually having real bets on things. That's exciting. I like this. Cheddar Bob now saying, good luck, Ryan, laddie, lad. That's a lot of lads. Too many lads. Let's go. Here we are. This is the first battle of the final four for a place in the final. In 3, 2, 1, go. And they come off the line. Both of these cars very fast on the run-in. Ryan absolutely nailing that Mustang. He doesn't want to give Jakubelis any chance to get away. As they go into the initiation, it looked like it was contact on the run-in as we get that. That will be a mark against Ryan, as will that wobble as he comes in there, trying to keep that proximity. He knows that 86 is fast. Here's the transition. Look at that flick from both drivers. Ryan just dropping a wheel. Jakubelis is dropping a wheel as well as we come up into clip 5. This is not the run we were expecting. Both of these guys looking scrappy as things start to get into the sharp end of the battle. And across the line, Christopher.
Yes.
Do you have advantage to give to someone? I'm just going to watch that initiation again on the replay. I've just watched them launch. I think there's contact as Jakubelis swings across to the left. Yeah, there is.
There is contact.
Yeah. Who's at fault for that? It looked like Jakubelis moves left late.
Hang on.
And we said you would only be allowed to move once across in either direction.
Yeah, he was going for his flick.
But was he moving left too aggressively first? This is in the rules. Or was he just gently coming across and Ryan just happened to be there?
I think.
See, for me, looking at that replay, I think Ryan just happens to be there, and that's unfortunate. I don't think he was flicking left. I think he was moving left to flick right and then flick left. So I think Ryan was impeding there because he was too desperate to not get away, and it means that that's what caused the wobble there. But then Ryan goes deep into clip 4. Jakubelis just drop a wheel at clip 4, but it looks like Ryan almost drops 2 and then centre punts 5. Then going through the transition, he's not got the proximity as much as I was expecting. I think that was too scrappy from Ryan. I think that's Ryan at fault for that run, and I'm inclined to give the advantage to the lead.
Yes.
Okay. 6-4?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Coming off the line now, this is finally it. Ryan has done the thing that he does so often, and it's such a shame. The person that is Ryan's worst enemy is Ryan, but Jakubelis has absolutely sent it into him there as well. I'm going to have to immediately watch this on the replay. Let's have a look. It's coming to it now. I'm waiting for this to start. So it's just coming up on the Right, it's launching now. Let's have a look. The crucial thing here, Chris, let's both watch this, is whether Ryan slows excessively. I think he's back on the power. It doesn't look like he slows down too much. That just looks like Anestus gets into him trying to be too aggressive.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my replay to catch up.
That is potentially a huge turnaround.
Come on, replay.
All of the Fs have just started appearing in the chat. Ooh, snap from Cheddar Bob. Loads of Fs from Serby. Matty H1 from TTV38. Yes, hello. Welcome along. V38, V36. V36. Sorry, I have to lean forward to read things. You guys just sort of gently flirting with each other in the chat. That's good. Let's see. Chris Ennis, do you have an opinion on what we've just seen?
That wasn't Ryan's fault.
I agree. From what I'm seeing, that was totally Anestus throwing it in way too hard.
Yes.
Okay.
Where does that leave us then?
Well, that leaves us with it was not a 0 from anyone on the first run, but it's definitely a 0 there.
So that leaves us with Ryan as the
making
winner.
the final. Yeah. All right, I'll go render the verdict. Gentlemen, we reviewed both runs on the replay. Chris and I independently went over both of those runs. At the end of run 1, we had a 6-4 to 7-3 advantage in favour of Anestus from Ryan not having sufficient manoeuvring. This meant that in that contact in run number 2, it came down to who we apportioned blame to. Having reviewed the replay 4 or 5 times, both Chris and myself, we have decided that there was not excessive slowing from Ryan in that initiation zone. We deem him not to be at fault. We place blame with Anestus, meaning that as that run was incompletable, that is an automatic 0 to Anestus on that run. Ryan takes the win and advances to the final. Anestus goes to the 3rd, 4th playoff.
Well, that was a shit way to him on it. GG anyway.
So, Anestus Jacublis will lead in the 3rd, 4th playoff, which will come after our next battle. Ryan Sider will lead in our final battle. Who will Ryan face? Who will Anestus face? It is Oliver Eppinger to lead in Warren Greener.
Ben?
Hello.
Good luck, Nick.
Who is JAK on abbreviations?
That is Anestus.
He's on the 200 tyre. That'll be why. Because it felt slow round the bank, really slow. That's probably why he hit me. If I'm on the 160s and he's on the 200.
I think he's been on the 200 all night, and he's been.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's an issue. I'm just saying that's probably the reason.
That's good to know. But I mean, I think that he was fast everywhere all night. To be honest, so
no.
I'm happy with that. We don't have a problem with it.
There's no problem with it whatsoever. It was more of the 160s are probably fared better on that car, as in advice to him, not me.
No, that's fair.
Nothing wrong with the driving at all.
I don't know. That car's been looking rapid. I'm not sure it would be faster, to be honest, but we'll see. He can have the choice to change. But let's move on. This is the important one. This is to see who is the other half of our final. It is Warren Greener to chase in Oliver Eppinger. Warren Greener in the RXV8. Oliver Eppinger, the last bastion of the Great Irish 13.5. I know he's not Irish, but that's their favourite car. Let's see who is going to make it through to the final. Oliver Eppinger to take on Warren Greener in 3, 2, 1, go. Off the line cleanly, Warren Greener in that chase position in the RXV8, trying to get that power down, doesn't want to be left behind by Oliver Eppinger, who's been looking very fast all night through that first corner, up on the bank. Look at that from both drivers. Oliver Eppinger actually able to keep a gap to Warren Greener there, the first person to do so. Warren doing that early transition. Oh, and it looked like maybe there was a bit of a drop of wheel from Oliver Eppinger in the lead position there. It's allowed Warren right back into it. This transition's crucial. Can Warren get the send? Yes, he can. All the way up onto that rear quarter across the line. Nicely done, gentlemen. Christopher, do you have
no
a
wheel
winner?
drop?
There was no wheel drop?
No, my camera is on that grass behind the cars.
I'm going to watch the replay here.
You see, yeah, your camera's on the inside of that corner and mine's on the outside.
Oh, there's definitely a wheel drop right at the beginning of 4, surely.
Oh. There wasn't. It was on the white line, but it wasn't over.
Okay. Well, in that case, he does slow down quite a lot there. Do you have an advantage given there?
It was pretty even, really. He does slow down a bit, but I mean, it was a good lead and it was a good chase.
For me, Warren just takes it. It was a good chase with that car. I know that Oliver Epping is very, very fast, so for me, there's a slight advantage to Warren here. If Oliver doesn't absolutely pin it to Warren this whole way round, then it can only go one way, really. For me, Oliver's now got to be absolutely in Warren because that car is so fast today. He's gripped it up so well.
Yeah.
All right, let's send him. Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. Second half of this battle in 3, 2, 1, go. As they get off the line, coming through that chicane, Warren Grainer in the lead, Oliver Eppinger in the chase. Oliver is very, very fast. He's got that car gripped up. He's going to have to absolutely pin it to Warren, and Warren's going to have to do a nice lead line, which he's doing now. Look at those cars up on that bank. Really nice from both guys there. Warren's firing through that initiation, through that transition. Is he going to be able to hold it on the track? Yes, he is. A little bit of a lag there for both guys, but Oliver Eppinger absolutely bringing the fight to Warren there. This transition's crucial. Is Warren going to be able to hold it? Yes, he is, and Oliver Eppinger's right there. That is exactly what I needed to see from Oliver Eppinger in order to make sure that he would get the win. Christopher.
Yes.
Do you have a winner?
I do.
Who is your winner, please?
Mr. Eppinger.
I say the same. That was an absolute masterclass chase run going through there, which means...
Yeah, there was a little bit of a mistake from Warren just before, well, between 5 and 6. His transition wasn't perfect, whether it lagged or whether
whatever reason for it, it just wasn't quite right, was it?
No.
Yeah, I think that was strong enough from Oliver Eppinger to overturn anything from the first run. I think that car was rapid fast. Warren did brilliantly to keep up with him and actually did a really nice lead. It wasn't perfect, but it was very, very good. But Oliver Eppinger was absolutely on him the whole way round. So, I will reveal to the guys that is our final and our third, fourth playoff. So, let's head across to that chat. Thank you, gentlemen. We have a winner from that battle. Having done a very reasonable job in the chase position and then a very reasonable job in the lead position, sadly, Warren's excellent effort there was overturned by Oliver Eppinger taking the win with just a phenomenal aggressive chase run. That was one of the best chases we've seen all night, and as a result, Oliver Eppinger advances to the final where he will face Ryan Sider, and Warren heads into the third, fourth playoff where he will face Assetto Corsa. That is our final set of battles. The third, fourth playoff up first, please, if you guys could head on over.
Ben, can I park on the wall for this so I can see?
Good battle, mate.
If you wish to, yes.
Good battle.
It was a great battle, guys. I really enjoyed watching that. I'm going to show you guys. This is our bracket. This is how things are shaping up. The final part. Here we are. Joshified saying Oliver is just insanely quick. Opened up a 3 to 4 car length gap on me just entering. Yet that car is really, really fast. And that's why we had to see Warren stick it to him as much as he could. Warren did a brilliant job in that chase position, was able to really bring the fight to Oliver as much as we were expecting, but it meant that the onus was on Oliver in the chase position to be super aggressive right up on the door, and thankfully for him, he was able to do that, was able to pitch it exactly right. Everything looked super aggressive. So, that is where we're at. We are into the playoff now. This is what we're seeing. The V8 GT86 of Assetto Corsa facing the V8 RX8 of Warren Grainer. This is what we've been waiting to see. It's an all V8 face-off. Warren to chase first. Assetto to lead in 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, they are off the line. Warren G's going to have his work cut out to keep up with that GT86. Anestus is very fast as he fires it in. Look at that initiation, very aggressive, both of them. Warren absolutely pinning it to the back of that GT86. He's one of the first people to be able to really bring that pressure all night. Late transition, is he going to be able to reel it back in as they go into this slowdown section? Yes, he is. Good angle from Warren as they come into the slowdown, bang onto that decel zone. He's on the door of Anestus as they go through this transition. Is he going to be able to hold it across the line? Yes, he is. A nice run from both guys. Chris, your thoughts, please.
That was pretty even, really. Lovely lead, lovely chase. Yeah, Warren's transition between 2 and 3 was a bit wobbly, we'll call it. But he made the clip. It didn't slow him down at all. He didn't lose any proximity. So, yeah.
For me, just looking at the replay, he loses a bit of proximity between 2 and 3, which he then manages to make up by running very shallow through 4. Very shallow angle coming through 4, but he then manages to hold the proximity all the way through that section. That's what I was just looking back on the replay there.
Yeah.
It was a good lead. There was a little bit of wobble between 3 and 4 for Anestus. I think that's probably a slight advantage to the lead car. 5.5-ish kind of. You know,
Yeah.
not quite a 6.4.
Yeah, a decider if we need it.
Yeah. Let's send them. Here we go. Anestus to chase in Warren Greener for the final battle of this half here of the 3rd-4th playoff. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. A clean getaway from both drivers. Warren Greener now in the lead position. That RX V8 doing the work for him as he flicks it in. Is Anestus going to be able to hold it? Warren just has a straighten there. It looks like a bit of a wobble getting up into clip 1. But Anestus is right there with him as he comes through. This transition is going to be crucial. This is where Warren's trying to throw it. Look at Warren make it all the way to the wall there. One of the few guys that's been hitting that all night with that aggression. Slows down nicely up into 5. But Anestus is right there all the way through. Coming across the line now into the finishing section. That is a great run. Do we have a winner, Chris?
We do.
Is it who I think it is?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that.
It's only just.
Do you want to just type it to me so that I'm certain? So that we don't reveal it on the chat. Yes, I agree. So we do have a winner. I will tell them thank you and that we have a winner. Gentlemen, thank you. We have a winner. They will be revealed after the final. We do have a winner. Thank you very much. You may return to pits or leave the server as we now get Ryan Sider versus Oliver Eppinger for the final battle of the night. Ryan Sider to lead, Oliver Eppinger to chase. Ryan has made it all the way to the final, which must feel like redemption for him in that in that Mustang after weeks of trying to get everything dialed in. That has definitely been the car for him tonight. Let's see, can he take it all the way through to a win, or is he going to be stopped?
Been a lot of luck.
Is he going to be stopped by Oliver Eppinger? Let's see.
I'm happy either way, to be honest. I'm just happy about that.
Yeah, I think it's been a brilliant night of battles, to be honest. Let's see how it goes.
Good
Here
luck.
we go, into the final. The guys on the chat, still watching, still supporting these guys. Here we are. Oliver Eppinger to chase in Ryan Sider in 3, 2, 1, go. They come off the line. This is a massive battle. About 1900 horsepower on the line here as both go firing in. Ryan on that lovely outside line. Oliver surging up to him. Look at that chase proximity from Oliver Eppinger. Ryan having a little wobble in that lead, but he's managed to tidy it up. Absolutely ran that line all the way to the end. Good transition. Is he going to be back on it? Yes, he is. Look at that power all the way through. Oliver Eppinger tucking up onto that rear quarter, trying to maintain that proximity. Ryan making it onto the A-line, but only just there. Is he going to make it onto the A-line there? Yes, he is, and runs it cleanly across the line. What a battle that was. Well done, guys. Chris Ennis, do you have an advantage after that one run?
I just want to watch the where you said there was a wobble.
Yeah, so just for me, I'm watching on the replay, just coming into that first corner, Ryan's bang on as far as the end of the banners, and then just as he comes past the Fibre Factory banner, there's just a little correction there that he hasn't been putting in elsewhere, but that was the only correction I saw, although Oliver then just takes off quite a lot of angle in order to get into Ryan there, and Ryan only makes it onto the B line coming through, or between the B and the A line coming through 5. So there's room for improvement, but I think that the onus on that is with the chase driver for me.
Just.
Yeah,
that's being very, very picky, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a super aggressive run. Right, let's send them. This is the final battle of the night. Let's send the second half. Here we go, guys, for the final battle of the night. In 3, 2, 1, go. This is it, folks. This is the big one. This is for all the marbles. It's Ryan Sider in that big Sider Estate Maintenance Mustang V8 versus Oliver Eppinger in that S13.5. And Oliver straightening up a little bit midway through that corner just to get that proximity onto the wall. Ryan struggling to keep up with that very fast car through there, but he's back onto the door now. Is it going to be aggressive enough to make up for that very aggressive chase from Oliver Eppinger as they come through into the final section and across the line? That is a great final battle. I have enjoyed everything about that. Chris and I have a unanimous verdict. I've just seen the message he has sent me. We have a winner. Gentlemen,
you were rapid off the start.
That was a fantastic battle.
I'm just Ben. Before you announce the winner, can I just this is funny. This.
Go on.
If I'm right, you're gonna laugh your absolute arse off at this.
What
I just need to bring up. I just need to bring up my suspension tab.
Did you forget to put your setup on?
Oh my god! Well, put it this way: I finished the run on 38 psi, which it definitely hasn't been doing. So I don't know why it would decide it wants to do that all of a sudden. Suspension. Go on, I'll let you carry on anyway while I figure this out.
Well, regardless of the reason, we have a winner. Congratulations to all our drivers this evening. It has been fantastic. We've enjoyed it. Thank you very much to all of our Patreons who support Tsujigiri Collective's online projects. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors, both in real life and online. I'm going to tab across to them so you can see them. Thank you very much to Accelera for their semi-slick tyres. Eclipse Motorsport, that's Chris Ennis with his maintenance. Retro Speed Shop for their parts and supply. Fibre Factory for body kits. Grams Performance and Design for their amazing injectors. And what would Dango do for his general support over the last 2 years. This has been our first event under the Tsujigiri Collective Drift Challenge banner, which you are all looking at on the stream right now, and I confirm we have reached a unanimous verdict for our top 3. In third place, taking bronze on tonight's battle tree, is Anestas Jakulis with his first time at the competition. Absolutely fantastic driving from him. Well done. Round of applause from all of us here. Sadly, Warren Greener did not have the legs in that battle, but the important one is the final. We have a victor from the final. And it is taking first place tonight, sadly continuing the dominance of the S13.5, it is Oliver Eppinger. Ryan Sider takes second place in that Mustang. Very well done to all of those drivers this evening. Oliver, fantastic driving all the way through right from the start. That car has been an absolute rocket ship. Ryan on finally getting that Mustang dialed in is amazing to see. And Nessa on getting that GT86 to move the way he has all day through that that battle tree. It's the first time we've seen that GT86 perform as highly as we knew it could. Steve's been struggling with it. I think there's definitely some setup there for him still to get, but well done to Oliver Eppinger, to Ryan Sider, and to Ernesto. for that position there, Anessa Jakubilis. We hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you wish to take part in the Tsujigiri Collective events, then you can reach all of the stuff that you need to via the website, which is going into the chat now. It is tsujigiri.world, and you can find everything you need to get involved through there. You can also get hold of the merchandise. You can support us via the Patreon. If you want to get involved, then do come along. That is our battle tree completed. The next round I will do the unveiling for this sort of time. It'll be 8 p.m. UK time, 2000 UTC on Thursday night, giving our guys 24 hours to get through and get sorted for next week's competition. At some point this week, we will be announcing more competitions in the shape of the currently Patreon-only Street Pack team demo event. The details of that will be coming out this week, and we will be finalising all of the stuff to do with the full championship rounds of Tsujigiri Collective Drift Championship. Thank you once again to everyone who came along. Thank you to all of our Patreons, all of our sponsors. It's been fantastic having you here. Thank you for all the guys who took part in communication on the Twitch. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
I'll just say, it explains why that car felt slower on the bank. I'm on a